Hey, welcome everybody. I hate to break up the table talk. Y'all are having such a good time this morning. I really appreciate y'all coming. I want to thank you. We decided to, what we're doing this year is we're moving some events a little bit further out from core. And so Limestone graciously considered to let us have it here. They have a gorgeous, wonderful new facility on campus, student center library, just opened, literally. Their big conference room for their conference center is not quite finished. Some electronics are delayed in shipping, kind of like the automotive industry. So they're a little behind. And I told Reggie Browning, we don't want to open that thing or be in there till y'all are ready. Just didn't want to stress them since class starts Monday. Good gracious, they got enough on their mind. I want to thank Carol Burdett, of course, past district governor 2 times, and Terry Weaver and Pam Weaver, Chris Jones. They are phenomenal. We've got a phenomenal program today. We also have Sandy Olson going to come on by Zoom to do our Discovery Rotary program. We have a wonderful program. You're going to leave here today, and I'm not kidding you, you're going to be glad you came. It is wonderful. And as Carol Burdett loves to say, this is best ever. It's the best ever membership summit. Okay? So let me talk a little bit about what I think is going on in I've been out and about now for about 6 weeks, meeting with the clubs. And what I'm seeing is the clubs aren't really fully engaged yet. People aren't coming back. So the challenge is not only do we have to grow our clubs, but we got to reconnect and re-energize our members to get back in the meetings, to get back in person. Hybrid's one thing, but I think a lot of us are tired of hybrid. It's a good excuse, but my charge to each of us is let's get back in business. Let's get the people back here, back in our meetings. Let's engage them so that they want to come to the meetings. And of course, what we're trying to do with these 2 summits, of course, is to really to re-energize and reset our membership processes. In the marketing aspect, I think y'all probably got weary of all the emails I sent out a bunch. But we used a number of the graphics that and the theme from our new president, Shekhar Mehta, who is phenomenal. And if y'all have a chance in your clubs to do a video of him, please show it. It's wonderful what he can say and what he motivates. He's from India, of course, but he's challenged us so much more than the normal. What he told us when we were going through our training, 17 years ago, we had 1.2 million. Here it is today, right about 1.2 million. So we're not glad to come here Rotarian. Thank you. So I think what he was really telling us is that membership is everybody's responsibility. Everybody's, not just the membership chair or the PE or the president. Everybody needs to go out there. So the theme and what he's trying to tell us is the more members we have, the more good we can do. So how simple is that? Grow more, do more. So he's just trying to get us to do a good job. And so let's join him. Let's pledge before we leave today that we're going to help grow our clubs. And just as important, retain members. Figure out how to energize them so that they'll stay. Now, I grew up in Clemson. Y'all will get tired of me talking about Clemson. That's little old Clemson when I grew up. And there are a few people that I see in the Rotary as I go around that were there when it was little old Clemson. But what's happened ever since Dabo Swinney unleashed his prowess as a football coach, Clemson has changed dramatically. And I can almost guarantee you that the explosion and the energy and all that's going on at the university is really, really directly related to Dabo Swinney's success. But he took over the team in mid-season in 2007. Tommy Bowden was a coach, went to Wake Forest, and Wake Forest beat us. That Monday, Dabo was named the head coach. Called his coaches in there together, said he got down on his knees and prayed, said, what does a head coach do? Help me. So he has 2 little, I don't know if they're paperweights or little things for his desk, but one of them says, can't, with the T crossed out. The other one said, believe. Believe. He brings them to every meeting. When he took over the team, he says they hoped that they would win. And his job was to make sure they believed they could win. And guess what? They're done good. So what I want each of us is to believe that we're going to attract great members, the right kind of members to be involved. Okay? So that's what we want to do. We want to grow, bring in replacements that we can turn into Rotarians and make our club strong. So we got a program today that I think you're going to pick up some tools, some techniques, certainly some motivation, I hope, and to really go home from here ready to. So in addition to listening to the programs and so forth, I want you to share at each table some experiences, some thoughts, some ideas on what your club may do or some things that we may need to do and get some ideas. So I think you'll be better equipped, better motivated, and figuring out how you're going to be the leader of membership. And so at this time, I'd like to welcome Carol Burdett to come up and talk.
Good morning, everyone. I want to echo Governor Frank's thanks for you taking time out of your schedules and being here with us today. It is Saturday and you could be doing a ton of other things, but you've chosen to be here. How many of you have heard of the Great Depression, the 100-year flood, the Great Recession, the Great War that would end all wars? Well, we have all been through the Great Pandemic. And our world is in a reset. We are looking at Rotary in that same way. We must reset where we've come from over the last 18 months. But you know what? It's not all bad. Today, let's talk about the Great Reset in terms of reimagining, reinventing, and restoring. Using some points made by a motivational speaker by the name of John Maxwell, I want you to think of some of the things that I've heard him say. He says, no one has drifted to a desired location, but a crisis moves people. We've seen things change in our lives because of the pandemic that probably we would have never dreamed before, but a crisis has moved us to be different. A crisis reveals true leaders. And I believe in some ways the crisis has had benefits. A crisis tests our ability to learn, create, adapt, and adjust. It takes us out of the automatic. How many of you in your mind, don't raise your hands please, have thought of your clubs as just being on automatic? You got to your meeting, it went into drive, and it was the same thing every week or every other week, and nothing changed. That can be different, and that can be a good different. Because we can no longer do what we've always done. We become more intentional. The year that I was governor most recently, I picked up Terry Weaver and I talked and met a great deal because he was the trainer, and we talked about how our district could be intentional in every aspect of what Rotary clubs do. But today I'm talking about being intentional in your efforts to grow your membership and to develop a culture of growth within your club. We must get out of our comfort zone. That can be really tough because we like the way it's always been. We like to do what makes us comfortable. But getting out of our comfort zone, it allows, this pandemic, I believe, has allowed leaders to make changes that they may never have had the guts to change. And this is an opportunity. Members can now focus on today and forward. So how do these things really relate to your Rotary Club? We had to do some things differently if we were going to keep people in our meetings, so we adapted by using Zoom. I would venture to say that most of you in the room, your club went to either a hybrid or a completely Zoom type meeting. It kept you connected during a time. Can you imagine if you just did not have a Rotary Club meeting for 18 months? How many people do you think are going to be back at your club if you have taken that much time off? The deal is we had to do it differently. Some clubs, though, they didn't do it that well. They went through patches, and some are really struggling to get membership back in attendance. Some clubs looked for ways that they could serve to meet the needs of those caught in the crisis of the pandemic, while others said, oh no, we can't serve right now because of COVID. There were some club presidents that said, let me be intentional to have my club reach its goals despite COVID. Think about your own club. Is that the attitude that your president had? If not, please try. If you're not at the time, he was the president-elect of our club, and he's now an assistant governor. But President-elect Hughes knew that we were going to be going into our centennial year. Our club was going to be celebrating 100 years. So he brought together a few members of our club with a few leaders from the district, and we began to develop a plan of how we could use the centennial to put our club name out into the community and how we could begin to develop our membership, building a culture of membership growth. And we used the centennial to help do that. We began doing Discover Rotary, which you'll hear more about today. We began to be intentional about the leadership chosen for our club. We have our immediate past president with us today. We have our current president, and we have selected our president-elect and our nominee. Critical, intentional thinking about who those people will be. We make a bigger deal out of the membership induction than I remember our club doing in the past. We have district engagement. I have a whole table of people from my club here today. That would not have happened several years ago. Last year, our president, during the pandemic, was committed to retaining as many members as possible and made personal phone calls to so many to ensure that they would not get disconnected from our club. We now make a big deal out of when people become Paul Harris Fellows or they get their next level. We are engaged in service projects. We have adopted a primary school. We are about to launch our satellite club with 10 new members. Right now, we are at the height of success. And let me tell you, that means because we were just Club of the Year, big success. Success breeds success. Every time you have a little success, celebrate it till you get to the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and your club will see a difference. As Dale Carnegie would say, and I'm not saying that just because Frank Lee is here today, my old Dale Carnegie instructor that I want to make proud today, but there is a Dale Carnegie principle that says you must give people a reputation to live up to. And in our club now, our president, Ben, he's got a reputation to live up to where we've come, and we want to just keep going. As of in 4 years, we have grown our club by a net of 20 new members, many of them young professionals. Thanks to our leadership for the willingness to do something different. So while we take just a minute, I want you to envision and think, what are 2 or 3 things that you would like to see different in your club. Just jot them down on a little scratch piece of paper. I'm not going to ask you for them, but just think for a minute. What would you like to see happen in your club that is not happening today? Reimagine. As you're thinking about those 2 or 3 things, forming the ideas in your mind, see it like a picture. What would your Rotary Club meeting be like if you were more intentional? What would it be like if you had members that were bringing guests to a Discover Rotary or to a service project to engage in your club? You can be part of creating a vision in your club that will make a difference. It will take energy and leadership to take this vision to reinvention. Think about the work that it took for the light bulb to be invented. How many times that was tried over and over again. But finally, one day, can you imagine when the light bulb came on? That's what can happen to your club. The light bulb can come on. Getting your members to see what you're seeing. And I know that you can do it. John Maxwell has a cycle of success, and he goes through it like this. The first is your test. How do we do this? Thinking through how do we make the changes necessary to create the culture of growth. The next thing is you might fail, but failure is not a bad thing. It means that you learn from what you just did. Maybe it did not work and you need to do something different. You know what it is, and it didn't kill you. I failed before. It didn't make me go home and put my head under a pillow and not come out. It just means I got to try something in a new and different way. We learn. Failure can be the best teacher. Ask yourself, what did I learn? And then try the new, something else that may work. As Winston Churchill says, don't lose your enthusiasm when you fail. That's the key. And let me tell you, enthusiasm is contagious. Improve and learn from either your success or your failure. That will make your club a better place for everyone. And then you re-enter. You're better. You're restored. That's what we must keep doing. And as you will see later in a video, there is a club president from North Carolina that calls the people that have been in the club a long time originals. And he says, keep trying until the originals understand that doing the same things is not going to get the results we want. There is a word for this. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. What's that called? Insanity. You're going to love his video this afternoon. Ron Pierce was creative and bold. He did so many things to reinvent his club, and you can do the same thing, and it does work. Right now, we are seeing a boom in the housing market. If you're a realtor in the room, I bet you're killing it. But think about your Rotary Club as in a house you want to sell. The first thing when a realtor comes to look at your house, they begin to tell you what you need to get rid of. Get this clutter, get things where people go, wow. Then the next thing they do is they tell you to repair everything that's not working. And then your realtor creates a sales pitch for your house. And lastly, you begin to create curb appeal so that when the person drives up, they see where they want to be. Think of that in terms of your Rotary Club. The first thing is, what is it about your Rotary Club that you need to kind of like, that's not working, that doesn't look good, that doesn't feel good. Could be your food, It could be your lack of good programs. It could be a lot of different things. It could be an old, stale community service project or an old, stale fundraiser that's not doing what you think it should do. You make what's working better. You get rid of what's not working, and you help your members create their Rotary story and inspire them to tell others. And lastly, you pretend you're a mystery shopper and you look at where you meet. Is it inviting? Does it make people want to come? And you begin to improve your programs. You critique your food. You get your committees going. You're enthusiastic. And most of all, celebrate even the smallest of successes. And instead of asking, how do I get commitment from my members? Ask the simple question, what do you want them to be committed to doing? And I can guarantee you this, if you get them committed to our motto of service above self, to sharing that experience with others, nothing will stop your club from growing. And so as we conclude my remarks this morning, I want to put in a shameless plug that beginning in September, I believe it's the 20th, the third Monday of September at 5 o'clock, we will begin what's going to be called Membership Motivational Monday. From 5 to 6 o'clock, we'll have a Zoom, and we will be bringing you information that will help you in growing your club, and we'll be doing it each month. And our first one is going to be with Sandy Olson. You'll see her later doing Discover Rotary, but she has a new program that I have seen the preview of and think you will benefit from. Don't forget that. You'll get information about it, but third Monday of each month, we'll be doing Membership Motivational Monday. Thank you for being with us again, and I am appreciative of your work. And anytime I can be of service to your club, I'm an email, a phone, or a call, or a text away. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol. And thanks to all of you for coming out to share your Saturday with us. We appreciate it, and we will make it worth your time. A couple of comments. I know you've come to district events to network with people from other clubs. However, several of the exercises and several of the activities we're doing are basically club team activities. So you're sitting with your club and with your AGs. Perhaps you'll have some chance to do some networking during the break. Actually, if you're president, it's also true that you'll see some things here that you saw perhaps at Pre-Pets almost 7 months ago. They're part of today's program because they're important, and because, of course, 70% of the folks in the room are not presidents and haven't seen some of this material before. So I apologize for that, and I hope you understand. Our theme, serve to change lives. This couldn't be more appropriate as a membership theme. What do I mean by that? Well, Rotary's changed my life, and I hope it's changed yours. What I mean by that is hardly a week goes by when something good doesn't happen to me or my family that came our direction through Rotary. It's just absolutely amazing. And it is the network, it's the membership, it's yourselves that are part of that. Rotarians have helped my kids find jobs. Rotarians have hosted and provided ground support to Pam and me in other countries. And Rotarians have been my customers and my service providers. They've been my most valuable network, business, family, and personal, for about 45 years. So I'm here today to talk with you about changing someone else's life. Someone else that perhaps is a Rotarian but doesn't know it yet. Somebody that we haven't yet invited to Rotary, and to change the lives of your members. You change the lives of your members by deepening your Rotary Club. By deeper, I mean larger. More people, and it's just not arguable. It's not arguable that a 40-member Rotary Club couldn't be more valuable to its community if it was 50 or 60 members. You just can't make that case. So, serve to change lives. Rotary changes lives of Rotarians, but only if you invite them to join Rotary. Let's talk about how membership works. This is not completely apparent. It works a whole lot like customers work in a business. Chris Jones will be talking about that in the next segment, how we need to treat members as customers because they come in the door for all the same reasons that customers would come in the door of your business. So what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to pull this worksheet. It's the one you got when you came in the door. Looks just like this. And I'd like you to make your notes about this segment on this page. I want to tell you about a project that actually my friend Chris Jones invented for me about 5 years ago. He was trying to help me keep from getting Alzheimer's. So I needed a little bit more mental gymnastics, and Chris came up with this idea. He said, let's see if we can find some predictive data with respect to club membership. Let's see if it's what you want from your stockbroker, right? You don't want to know what the stock market did. You want to know what it's going to do. So we started taking a look at the data, and I have access through my role in the zone to data from 16 districts and 846 Rotary clubs at the time. And as many of you know, I'm a recovering engineer, and a person that sees things in data, this is a big sandbox to roll around in. And here's what we discovered. Several things. First, it's not true that all Rotary clubs are declining in membership. It's not even true that all districts are declining in membership. And certainly in our district, we have about 25% of our Rotary clubs are growing consistently, moderately, nothing flashy, but a consistent, moderate membership growth. What we also learned is this thing about attrition, and that's real. People leave membership organizations. That's just the way it is. Now, I know that you presidents in the room are saying, well, nobody'd leave this club while I'm president. But trust me, that's going to happen. In fact, we can predict the extent to which that's going to happen. Because your attrition rate, the rate at which you lose members annually from your club, those are remarkably consistent from club to club. Now, they vary a lot between clubs, but a given club, your attrition rate will be remarkably consistent because it's all the same reasons unless something changes. Unless something changes, the reason people leave your Rotary Club are pretty much the same from year to year. Now, you hear a lot about retention from Rotary International. And I'm not saying retention is not important. It is. The more members you hold on to, the fewer you have to replace. You reduce attrition, that's fewer members that you have to find in order to maintain your membership. It's highly overrated as a growth strategy. Think about that one. Retention is highly overrated as a growth strategy. You cannot retain your way from 20 to 25 members. You got to go find some. So here's what else we discovered. The likelihood of a Rotary Club growing or shrinking is not at all random. It's in fact incredibly predictable. What we found was that growing clubs that have been growing over a reasonable time frame, and I use 3 years because I've done a lot of modeling in business, and I find if you shrink down the time frame like to a month, things get really noisy. And if you look at only 1 year, you have that anomaly where one club secretary terminated members in June and the other club secretary terminated members in July, so they bounce one side or the other around the year end. If you take 3 years and average them out, it really smooths things out. what we found was that growing clubs continue to grow at about an 80% level of likelihood. I can look at your club and see whether you've been growing over the past 3 years, and if that's been the case, there's about 80% likelihood that your club will continue to grow. Likewise, failing clubs. I'm using the term failing, which you might find a bit harsh and perhaps negative. But you know, folks, we're a membership organization. We're a membership organization that does community service. If we define ourselves as a membership organization, what other metric of success or failure could you apply other than how many members do we have? It just makes sense. If we said we're a sales organization and our sales were declining, we'd call that failure. Same is true of a Rotary Club that's continuing to decline in membership. That is failure on its way to extinction. Then there are clubs in the middle, say a club that has grown or shrunk no more than 5% over a 3-year window. They're kind of holding their own. And turns out those can go either way because that's a very temporary thing, keeping yourself in that narrow bandwidth. So here are the things I want you to remember about this. Attrition is real. Our zone average, that's from South Carolina all the way to Pennsylvania, is about 14% a year. World class is about 10%. Why do I say that? Looking at all of these clubs and looking at all of these data, I rarely see a club with attrition below 8 to 10%. It just doesn't get any lower than that. That must be, I concluded, the life happens level. There are a lot of reasons people leave a Rotary Club that you can't do anything at all about. Our average ticked up year before last, not this immediate past year, but the year before last, we had a substantial membership decline, and it ticked our average up to about 16%. But you see 14, you see 16 for round numbers purposes, and to make the math easy, I usually talk about attrition averaging about 15% because that's the fact. That's true of all these districts, 17 of them between here and Pennsylvania. They're right in that narrow band between 13, 15 to 16%. Now, here's why it's important to know that. It's important to know that because it's a key indicator. Right at the top of your page is your club's attrition rate. That's an annual average attrition rate for a 3-year window. And if you are in that zone of really low attrition, how many folks have got an attrition rate below 10%? Okay? Here's the deal. You want to double down on whatever you're doing that's keeping members in your club, but you can't drive that to zero. In fact, you can't improve it much at all from where you are. How many people have an attrition rate above, say, 18%? Okay? There's a reason for that. There's some reason that's causing members to leave your club at a rate higher than the average. It's about the product. So the point is that if you've got one of these real low attrition rates, 10, 12%, you want to double down on whatever you're doing. It's holding on to members, but your solution to membership growth is not trying to drive that number down because it's about as low as it can go. You have to work on the other side, which is the attraction rate, the next line item on your page. Now, attrition rates over about 15% need attention. We've got clubs in the room. I'm not going to ask for a show of hands, but we've got clubs in the room that have attrition rates in the 20% range, a couple in the 25% range, literally replacing the entire club every 4 years. That's a problem. And there's something that is causing people to vote with their feet, and y'all need to figure out what that is. This goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. You have to attract members faster than you lose them. Your attraction rate has to beat your attrition rate. So you need to know the club's history, and that's why we provided this data for you today. Now, you can also see in the bar graph at the bottom how that history has looked over time. And again, not everybody in the room has a membership problem. Not everybody in the room has a declining membership. I want to also mention this. You may be able to use this in your conversation with your membership team back in the club. The best model, the best analogy that I've ever seen for sales in a small business or membership in a Rotary Club is a hot air balloon. The reason for that is you cannot fly a hot air balloon level. You cannot maintain stable altitude in a hot air balloon. It's impossible. It doesn't, like an airplane, have any control surfaces. There's nothing to control up or down. There's absolutely nothing to control sideways. You just drift with the wind. But you can't control up or down, except that you've got to, if you're the pilot of the balloon, you've got a chain hooked to a valve and you shoot flaming propane up into the bag. And at that point, if the balloon's descending, that hot air in the canopy will start to cause the balloon to rise until it cools off a little bit, and then the balloon starts to fall again. One or the other. A hot air balloon is either ascending or descending. And if the pilot doesn't pay attention to the altimeter, read membership count, pilot doesn't pay attention to the altimeter, a bad thing happens. They call it premature contact with terrain in the balloon business. Not a good day. That's what happens in a Rotary Club too. If the leadership team fails to pay attention to the membership count, you have premature contact with failure as a Rotary Club. We lose on average one Rotary Club out of our district every other year. It just disappears. So here's what that looks like. This is chronic membership decline. This is 18 years of data on a club in our district. And if this is your club, I'm not picking on you here. I'm just showing you what I see in this data. Now, what you'll see here is a couple of interesting segments of this curve. The first one is this segment back here going back to 2004. And this club managed its way down at a rate of exactly 2.5 members a year. That red line is the exact slope of 2.5 members a year, which is interesting because as I've looked at all of these clubs and all of these data, when I see a declining club, it's almost always 2 members a year. It's almost always 2 members a year. 40-member club goes to 38, 36, 34. That's how you get from 40 to 30 in 5 years, which is exactly what happened here, 2.5 members a year. Then there must have been a new sheriff in town because something different happened. Now, everything I've mentioned about the predictability of membership in your club is predicated on the idea that if nothing changes in your club, you're likely to lose members at about the same rate and attract members about the same rate. And in my experience, folks, that's a pretty safe statement because in my experience, I rarely see big changes in a Rotary Club. Case in point, however, presented by Carol, Butch Hughes decided that the Rotary Club of Anderson was not going to go out of business. They were not going to be the last generation of Rotarians in Anderson, but they started doing things different and got completely different results. So apparently that happened here. And they kept that going. Now, they didn't grow impressively, but they flattened out the curve and started growing moderately. And this could have been an end to a really good story. Okay? But somebody failed to pay attention. And then the successor somebody and the somebody behind that failed to pay attention. They got so good at this 2.5 member a year curve, practiced that, went back to that playbook, and started declining at a rate of 3 members a year. 3 members a year is exactly the slope of that red line. Now, it doesn't take a Rhodes Scholar in trend analysis to see where this is going. Where this is going, if nothing changes, this is data right through July 1st, just this immediate past July 1st. If nothing changes in this Rotary Club, they'll be at 16 members 5 years from now, if nothing changes. And that's from 65 over that time window. This will be the last generation of Rotarians in their town unless something changes. Here's another approach. Here's a whole different idea. This is another club, even larger. This is a club that grew itself from 118 to 180 members over this 18-year time frame that you're seeing here. Now, it wasn't flashy. It was consistent. It was moderate. Yeah, they hit some bumps along the way. I mean, if your goal is to grow your Rotary Club, say 5% a year, there's going to be a year where you get a surprise and you have a minor decline. That happened to them back in 2013, 2014, but you'll notice even during the greatest recession of our lifetimes, this club maintained its membership And then after that recession passed, continued on their growth track. Had another bobble back in 2017 or 18, and then they took a hit from COVID this year. That's 183 to 172. However, the point is this club has a membership growth culture, and they execute strategies every year to continue to grow this club. So if you didn't know anything about your club's actual data, you could make up some simple success targets if you knew, for example, that the global average, literally Rotary globally, loses about 15% of its members a year. And our zone is right in that range. And our district is right in that range, 16 versus 15. If you knew that, and you'd say, well, what we have to do is find 20% new members each year, and we'll outrun that attrition rate. At the same time, try to make our club experience more attractive. Maybe we can move that attrition rate from 15 to 14 to 13. We're not going to move it much farther than that. We have to focus on attracting those 20 members. So for a 40-member club, if that was your plan, for a 40-member club, how many new members do we need? 8. We need 8 new members in a 40-member club to grow it to hit that 20% target. If we lose as predicted 15, how many is that? 15% of 40. Great. Net gain of 2 members. Nothing flashy. If every 40-member Rotary Club in the year in the world simply decided to grow itself at a couple of members a year, we'd be gaining ground as an organization, and we'd be gaining ground as a district. And they would, of course, be gaining ground as a club. So what I wanted to share with you then is in your packet, in your binder on page 1. And you might just kind of read through this and mark it up as you go. This is page 1 in your binder, right behind the table of contents. Everybody there? Good. These are 5 things I wish all Rotarians knew and believed about membership. The first of those is pretty much nothing else matters. You've probably got a lot of goals in your Rotary Club, perhaps a foundation goal, perhaps a CART goal, perhaps a community service goal. But if you get the membership right, all the rest of that pretty much comes along with the ride. If you're growing in membership, all those other things are much easier to do. If you're a smaller club, I promise you, if you're an 18-member club, that club will be so much easier to run at 30 members. It'll be so much easier to run a 30-member club than an 18-member club. Nobody has to worry about being president the 3rd time, for a start. Attrition's real. If I could get Rotarians to believe that and act accordingly, that they would expect to lose about the same number of members a year unless something changed. Retention's a long-term strategy, not something you can tweak in a hurry. It takes time to change a product. It takes time to change the flavor of a Rotary Club from a standpoint of retaining members. Clubs need moderate membership growth every year. You really can't afford to step backwards. You need consistent, moderate membership growth each year. And it takes intentionality to do that. It takes strategies that are known to work, proven to work, that work for other people, and of course, then it takes some practice. We'll be talking about a little more of that this afternoon. So what I'd like to do, you may already know what your club's membership goal is. If that's the case, let's test that a little bit against the actual data that you have in your hand. So what I'd like you to do is, first of all, take a look at the figures at the top. The first one is the attrition rate. We've already looked at that. You know what it is. And then the next line is your attraction rate, the rate at which you attract members. Now, this is that same club, this declining membership club that was on the screen before. So this club is attracting members at 8.6% a year on average. Average 8.6% attraction per year. I can tell you from just looking at that number and none other that this club's shrinking. Why is that? What's the life happens level? Yeah. It's very difficult to get below 10%, meaning that if you're attracting members more slowly than that, you're guaranteed to be shrinking. So this club has an attrition rate that actually many clubs would envy. Attrition rate of 13%. There's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with that. These guys are doing, and gals are doing what they need to do to satisfy their membership and hold on to them. They just don't invite anybody to join. They just don't invite people to join. That 3-member a year downward glide path, 3 new members solves that problem each year. So what I'd like you to do is do the math, subtract the smaller number from the larger, subtract the smaller number from the larger, whichever way that goes. And hint, the signage has been figured out for you. So that is your average growth or decline rate in your club. If it's red, that's declining. If it's blue, that's growing. So what's the problem we need to solve? For your club, what problem do you need to solve? Is it low retention? Is it insufficient new member attraction rate? Perhaps it's neither, or perhaps it's both. So that's the important part of this segment, is to understand what problem you're trying to solve. You're probably trying to solve a retention problem, or you're trying to solve an attraction problem. In this case, this club is doing fine with respect to member retention. What they need to do is figure out how to attract some members. So let's just scroll down. Take a look, of course, at the most recent 5-year history of your club. You'll notice this club, again, managed its way from 46 to 31, down 15 members in 5 years, 3 a year. Now, if you back up just a year, they were at a decline rate of about 2 members a year. Like I say, pretty much what I've seen for declining clubs. But then they had a little spike in membership and a serious decline this past year, and that's the 3-member a year glide path. So that's pretty much the way these guys are running this thing. Okay, let's talk about goal setting. First thing we want to do is take a look at the starting membership. This is the actual number of members on the books July 1st, 6 weeks ago, in your club, which is, of course, the top number in that little table. Let's take a look at what's a reasonable membership goal. So put your pencils to it. What do you think is a reasonable membership goal from your start point? From your start point. What's a reasonable membership goal? Everybody got a pen, pencil? What is a reasonable membership goal? All right. So now the question is, okay, how many people will that take just to cover the growth objective? If you, in the case of this club, said, you know, we've been well over 40 members. In fact, we've been over 60. We could surely grow this club at a rate of 3 members a year. So we're going to put down a goal of 34 versus 31. So you do the math. How many folks will that take just to accomplish the growth, assuming you didn't lose anybody? It's not going to happen, but play along with me. The math will work out. How many people would you have to attract just to do the growth? For how many clubs is that 5 or fewer? 5 or less? Okay. How many clubs is that 5 or more? I asked, everybody else is exactly 5? Okay. Now, then the question is, so what's my total new member attraction goal? And I add to that the rate at which I've typically lost members over time. This is an actual number for your club in that line D. That's the number on average of members you have lost over each of the past, over the average of the past 3 years, rounded to the nearest whole member. So in this case, this club loses members at a rate of about 5 a year, which is exactly what you'd expect for a 35-member club. To grow up by 3, we're going to need 8. What is that bogey for your club? And that's the number you want to keep your membership team focused on. Keep your membership team focused on that growth requirement. Now, here's what happens. What happens is a membership team gets to feeling really good about themselves about April or May. Because about April or May, they're up like +2 net, right? Forgetting for the moment that they lose on average 5 and only 1 person is terminated so far this year. Those other 4 will go. And a lot of them will go when they get that annual or next quarter invoice in June. That's of course when people leave a Rotary Club. Or when somebody says, you know, Charlie hasn't paid us for the last 2 years, maybe it's time to take him off the books. Of course, clubs do that in June so they can avoid paying dues the next year. So that's what happens in mid-year. People get to feeling good about themselves about April or May, not realizing that that attrition thing is real and that they don't know who they are yet. Now you could actually look at attendance and tell who it's going to be, other than the life habits folks. You know, somebody gets a new job offer 15th of May, gone by the 15th of June. Set your watch by it. Again, that's about a 10% factor. So the takeaways I'm hoping for is you understand and believe that people will leave your Rotary Club, and we can pretty much predict it. It'll be at about the rate that you see on that page. You've got to attract people faster than that. And, you know, membership decline is not a problem in and of itself. It's not a membership decline is a result. It's not a root cause. The root cause of membership decline is dysfunctional club leadership. I'll say that again. The root cause of membership decline is dysfunctional club leadership. There's nobody else to blame it on. So what we have to do is we have to invoke some different approaches, some different strategies, and start doing some different things if we want a different result. Now, I'll say this also. Your club may not be able to fix itself. If it could, it probably already would have. When I'm not doing this or playing with the grandkids, I have a little business coaching practice I work at a few days a month. Small businesses hire me to help them improve. And they do it because there's something they can't figure out for themselves. And they're wise enough to spend money hiring somebody to help them with that problem. If you need some help from outside your club, ask for it. It's there. We have people that will sit down and work with you and your board. They'll attend your club meetings. They'll engage with your club. Carol Burdette, of course, district membership chair, will be the resource to go to. And we will find somebody who can help your club get back in gear. So it's possible. It's possible, but not likely, that a new president is going to assume a role in a Rotary Club that has been declining over time, and it's going to be able to fix that single-handedly. It's possible, but highly unlikely. You probably need some help. So I'm inviting you to change the lives of some folks that haven't known about Rotary yet. I'm asking you to change the lives of your members to get them engaged with finding new members for your Rotary Club. And of course, you'll certainly change the lives of other people in the community by maintaining a Rotary Club that can do the community service that we deliver. It's just not arguable that a Rotary Club with 40 members couldn't be more valuable to its community at 50. It stands to every point of reason. Any questions about the realities of membership in a Rotary Club? Any questions about how that works? As I mentioned, Chris Jones is the guy that put me on this mission to do all this data analysis. He was trying to help me keep from getting Alzheimer's. And it's worked so far, it seems. But Chris has become a great friend of mine over the past 5 years we've worked together. He is from North Carolina. He's a member of the Rotary Club of Caravas County, and he is a past district governor of that district. He's also serving as an innovative club advocate in business in Zone 33, which again goes all the way from South Carolina to Pennsylvania. He's also the past Rotary coordinator. That was a 3-year hitch where he was the responsible volunteer for Rotary membership across all those 900 Rotary clubs. He's also the past president of the International Fellowship of Motorcycling Rotarians. He's had a number of jobs in the executive suite, small, mid-sized businesses. He's currently a part of the management team of our district database provider, DACTV. He and his wife, Colleen, who's an attorney, live in the greater Charlotte area. So please welcome my friend, Chris Jones.
Morning, everybody. Hopefully everybody's having a good day so far. We've heard from some great speakers, Carol and Terry, so far about membership, and I want to add a little bit to that. My topic is going to be talking about the 10 intentional strategies that we need to use in order to grow our clubs. Now, in order to be successful with that, I'm not going to have time to get into detail on all 10 strategies, but I am going to focus in on a couple of the key ones that we need to focus on in terms of what we need to do to be successful. And a couple of things that you need to be aware of, and this is not in the slides or not written on your papers, but I would like you to write it down. All right, there is a life cycle to membership, and there are 4 key stages to that life cycle of membership. The first one is lead generation. Okay, lead generation. We got to figure out how we're going to generate folks that we're going to go out and target to come into our clubs. So lead generation is number 1. Number 2 is attraction. And we really need to focus in on the strategies that we're going to use to bring people into our clubs once we've identified who we want to bring into our clubs. So we've got, the first one is lead gen, and the second one is going to be attraction. The third one is onboarding. Okay, so once you've got a person identified and now we're going to bring them into the club, we have to onboard them correctly. This is where we're getting into the experience component of membership. And a great experience is what's going to bring people into our organization and keep people in our organization and get those same people to go to others to bring them into our organization. So we got to really focus in on that onboarding component so we can provide a great experience. And then number 4 is the engagement of our current members. How are we going to keep them engaged? How are we going to retain them? How are we going to make them a dynamic Rotarian? Okay, so those are the 4 key components that we have to focus on in order to get people into our clubs and really make them successful. Now, let me back up a little bit and give you a couple of key components. First of all, hope is not a strategy. And if any of you came here today hoping you would leave today with hope, I'm hoping you don't, because hope isn't going to work for you, okay? Number 2, as Terry mentioned earlier, we are a membership organization. We have to look at our clubs as a business, and we have to focus on the fact that we have to bring in more folks than we know we're going to lose. Think about your family's budget for a minute, okay? There are things that you want to do inside your family's budget. You want to go to the amusement parks. You want to provide a great experience for your kids. You want to send them to college and all these other things. You got to pay the gas and electric bill. So you know what those expenses are going to be, right? Now what you have to do to design a very successful life is to create a job or an income that is going to exceed the amount of money that you have to spend. The same is true in our membership life. We have to remember we're a membership organization, and membership is the lifeblood of all that we do. We can't do anything we do in Rotary without our members. We can't put a computer in front of it. We just can't do anything without our people. People are the most important component. Our members are our customers. As club leaders, all of you in here are probably club leaders, or at least you're interested in membership. And we have to remember that as club leaders, we set the experience that our members are going to have. And we have to make sure that our customers, our members, have an outstanding experience. Think about this. When you've been out to a restaurant, you've had a great meal, you probably go and tell a whole bunch of folks about the great meal you had. Or when you just saw the movie that knocked you out of your seat, you probably go and tell a bunch of folks about the movie that you just saw. Same is true about our Rotary clubs. When we wow our members, when we give them a great experience, they're going to go out automatically and start telling others about that great experience. That's what we need to create as club leadership, is to focus on that. And without members, how are we going to deliver the service that we deliver in our clubs? Because we can't automate it. We can't put a computer in front of it. We can't hope that somebody else is going to do it. It's our job. And that's where we have to really focus in terms of these intentional strategies. So let's get into this a little bit. First, I want to talk about the 6 things that Rotarians love that don't work. And here's why they don't work. Well, let me get into the ideas first. They're all listed here on the screen. I'm not going to go through them line by line, but if you take a look at the list, there's a common theme that comes around this list of items that are on the screen. None of them are personal. None of them involve, no, it's on the slides, and the slides will be available in the Dropbox later on. But, oh, pages 2 to 3, yes. Is this in your book? Terry, is it in the book? Well, we're talking right now about pages 2 to 3, okay? So these things don't work because they're not personal. It ends up that we're marketing to the masses, hoping that somebody's going to latch on and come join our organization. So let me ask you a question. If you were invited by somebody else to be in Rotary, please stand up. Come on. If you were invited by somebody else to be in Rotary, please stand up. Look around the room, okay? Now sit down, please. If you found Rotary on your own through the internet, the Yellow Pages, or through Hope, stand up. Okay? Look around the room. We have a few. But these are the few and far, thank you. These are the few and far between. That's not the strategy that's going to get us the growth that we need to deliver the service that we want to deliver to our communities. Okay? So when you saw all those people stand up, you saw success. You want to repeat that success. So there are things that we can do to create that success. These are not the ones to use. So make sure that you understand that these don't work. They don't work on a long-term basis or on a short-term basis. They make you feel good, but they don't get you the results that you're looking for. So let's jump into this. Let's talk about the better way. And again, 10 intentional strategies. I'm not going to have time to get into all of them. This is pages 4 and 5 in your notebook if you would turn to those. Number 1, prospect identification. I recommend that you have a dedicated club assembly focused on lead generation. Okay? How do you do that? Well, we're going to work through this in just a second. Everybody in here has a smartphone, yes or no? Probably most everybody has a smartphone. If you do, pull it out. Let me see it. Show it. Hold it up in the air. Okay? With your smartphones, I'm going to ask 4 people to tell me how many contacts you have in your smartphone. Somebody give me a number. 300. Give me another number. 425. So we're at 725. Give me another number. 200. Okay, so we're at 925. Give me another number. 1,062. Okay, so we're roughly at 1,500 to 2,000 people that we've just identified through 4 people in the room with our smartphones. Let's just say, hypothetically, only half of them are local. Only half. So now we're down to 1,000. Okay, in 4 people. The average club size is what? 40 people. Okay, so if we take 1,000 times 40 members, how many leads do we have to work with in a club? 40 people times 1,000 is how much? 40,000 lead opportunities right here in the palm of our hands. Now, let's assume some of those are duplicates. You know, there's going to be duplicates that you know and you know and you know. Okay, so maybe now we're down to half of that. We're at 20,000 lead opportunities right here in our phone. Let's say for whatever reason, half of them aren't the right fit. We're now down to how many lead opportunities just from this one device of all of our members sitting in the room? 10,000 people. Can we find some people to come to Rotary from the palm of our hands, yes or no? Absolutely yes. This is an exercise that we have to go through in our clubs. And I promise you, you will find folks in your gold mine of a phone, okay? So that's key number 1. If you walk out of here with nothing else today, walk out with that one strategy. And I promise you, if you do that 1, 2, 3 times during the year, you will generate leads to be able to go out and talk to about coming to Rotary. Okay? Number 2, classification gap analysis. Okay, so let's just say in your market, in your community, you have a chiropractor, and you have a mortician, and you have a financial planner, and you have all of these other classifications that are available in your market. But 1 or 2 or 3 of those aren't in your club. Now you have a target area of those 10,000 people to start to focus in on. Okay, and you really want to get out and meet with those folks, because diversity is important inside of our clubs, and we do want to have different careers represented inside of our clubs. Think about that for a minute, okay? 10,000 lead opportunities, now drilling down into what's not in our club, we can generate some folks out of that. Number 3, you, as the president or club leader, membership chair, what you can't do is do what I'm doing right now and stand in front of the room, in front of the podium, and ask people, go out and get a member. Because you know what'll happen? What'll happen is Terry's going to say Craig's going to do it. And Carol's going to say Pam's going to do it. And everybody's going to look around and say, oh, they'll take care of it. I don't need to worry about it. And before long, everybody in the room has just said exactly the same thing. What happens to your membership? Nothing. Because you don't have active engagement. Okay? So you need to take the time, once you've done the phone exercise with everybody in your club, you're next going to have them write it all down on a piece of paper, and then you're going to ask them to go out, and you're going to do it too as the leader. You got to lead by example. You're going to go out and you're going to make phone calls, and you're going to bring people into the next opportunity here, which is the absolute guaranteed #1 return on investment strategy I'm going to talk to you about this morning, and that is Discover Rotary. And I'm not going to get into a lot of details on Discover Rotary because we have a whole nother session to talk about that. But think about what we've just gone through. We just went through lead generation, finding people in your phones. Then we've gone through and identified the classification gap analysis. So we've whittled it all down to those core critical areas that we need to focus on bringing into our club. And now we're going to invite those folks to come learn about Rotary. Not invite them to a meeting, not invite them to a cocktail party, invite them to a dedicated session that tells them who Rotary is, who your club is, and why they need to join. Financial planners use this strategy incredibly well. How many times have you gotten a flyer in the mail that says, come to dinner at Morton Steakhouse or come to dinner at whatever location? I want to talk to you about what the product is I have to offer. Have you received those? They're expensive. Okay, think about it. He's paying or she is paying for your dinner to come talk to them that night about the opportunity they have to share with you. Why would they spend that kind of money? Because it works. Absolutely, because it works. This is what we need to do. Okay? We go through our phones, we identify the folks, we whittle it down to those core areas that we have to focus on. Now we invite them to a dedicated session to learn about Rotary. We're going to give them the gift that has been given to you. Learn about Rotary. Do you all believe you've been given a gift by being here at Rotary? I can tell you I have. When I moved to Charlotte in 2006, I didn't know a soul. I was a Rotarian in Baltimore. I was a charter member of a club in Baltimore, and I moved to Charlotte, North Carolina because my wife took a job opportunity, and I knew not one person. And I found the Rotary Club. The first morning I moved in, I went and found the local Rotary Club, and I joined. Okay, so, but before that, I had been invited to Rotary. I was at a business expo, and somebody came up to me and said, where do you live? What's your name? And they did ask, where do you live? And then, what's your name? And then once they identified where I lived, they said, we're opening a new club in your area. I'd like you to come Wednesday morning and check it out. Okay, so I got invited to Rotary. But when I went to Charlotte, North Carolina in 2006, I went and found Rotary. Okay, I can go into my contacts database in my phone and identify more than 3,000 local people in the Charlotte metro area that I've made connection with because of Rotary. It is a gift. And we need to be able to offer that same gift to other people, and this is how we get it done. So if you believe it's a gift, then you need to make that sure that you're offering that same gift. Now, if you go through your phone and you identify 10,000 people through everybody in the club, and for whatever reason you don't think you can invite them, now you have a club experience issue that you have to work on, because there's something not happening or happening in your club that is preventing you from confidently asking them to come be a part of that organization. That's where the experience piece comes in. Okay? So these first 4 things we've talked about are critical to your intentional strategies. And by the way, these aren't conceptual. These are proven and they work. We're not up here saying, try this out, let us know how it works for you. We're telling you, do this, you'll see the results. I guarantee it. The Good Housekeeping seal of approval, I can guarantee you these strategies absolutely work. Keep on going here. And I can't read where I am. Drip marketing. Okay, so Terry mentioned that I work with DACDB. DACDB does have the opportunity for you to code people in DACDB as potential members or friends of Rotary, creating different types of member types, so you can put them in there. Then you add them to your P-mail campaigns when you're sending information out, and you continue to drip to them, because today may not be the right day for them to join Rotary. Terry used to run a membership organization, and he dripped out to folks, and it took him 18 months to hook a guy. 18 months of sending information out, and the person finally called Terry back and said, I've been reading your newsletters for the last 18 months. It's probably time for me to do something about this. 18 months. So what you do is you leave them on your list until such time as they do one of 2 things. What do you think they are? They ask you to take them off, or they join, right? So you continue just, how much effort does it take to do that? None. Really none. Okay? So this is a good way for you to keep people engaged and involved. Why do you think organizations advertise? They advertise to keep their product top of mind. Okay? When you're driving down the road and you're hungry, what restaurant immediately comes to mind? Biggest sign, but a lot of times it's the one that you've just recently saw an advertisement for. Maybe it's Panera Bread, maybe it's McDonald's, I hope not. Maybe it's Wendy's, whatever the case may be. But you're driving down the road and all of a sudden, I'm hungry. Oh yeah, I'm going to go there. Advertising works, okay? From that perspective, you're keeping it top of mind. But in our case, we have now focused our target audience because we've gone through our phones, and now we got them on a drip campaign, and they're going to want to come and learn more about us. It may take 18 months, it may take 3 years, it may only take a month. You never know. But do that. Drip marketing absolutely works. Take advantage of the flexibilities from the 2016 council legislation. Rotary has changed, okay? And I'll talk a little bit about this in the next segment where I talk about innovative clubs. But the Rotary of yesterday or yesteryear is not the Rotary of today. It's not your grandfather's Rotary anymore. It's not even your grandmother's Rotary, okay? It is today's Rotary, and Rotary today is very different. It doesn't have to be the way that it always has been. We have a lot of flexibility in adapting and creating the club to make it work for our communities. Okay, think about that. What are the things that you can do, your club leaders, what are the things that you can do to adapt your club to make it appealing to more people in your market? You have a lot of flexibility in order to get to do that. There are no Rotary police. Next, I'm going to talk about innovative clubs and member types here in the next segment, so we'll skip that. New member orientation. You're going to see a segment a little bit later about that, but this onboarding process is crucial. It is the experience that the people that are potential members and our new members go through that help them make a decision that this was a good decision. So your onboarding process has to be as golden. Listen to this. Your onboarding process has to be as golden as your club programs. And if it's not, you're not going to keep those members. When you induct a new member, there's a, in Zones 34, they do this thing called the Art of the Induction. And it was created by a gentleman named Art McQueen. That's why it's called the Art of Induction. But it is an art. It's special. It's important. When you induct somebody into your club, bring their family, bring their colleagues, bring people they know into the room as a guest to Rotary and make a big deal. Because it is a big deal. Joining Rotary is not just joining any other organization. You're now joining an organization with 36,000 clubs around the world, 1.2 million Rotarians in more than 200 countries and geographic territories, covering more territory than McDonald's. We're huge. And we have done great things. We have put clean water into places. We have eradicated polio. We're down to 2 cases this year, one in Afghanistan and one in Pakistan. That is amazing when in 1985, there were 1,000 new cases every single day. Think about that. In 1985, 1,000 new cases every day, and we're down to only 2, and we're this close to totally eradicating polio, only the second infectious disease wiped off the face of the planet. This is huge. This is an organization that you get to come in and rub shoulders and elbows with. I never would have met the great Terry Weaver had it not been for Rotary. Seriously, I never would have met him had it not been for Rotary. And it's because of another Rotarian in Atlanta that connected Terry and I. And the Rotarian in Atlanta said, you got to go talk to Terry. He gets numbers. You need help with numbers. And here we are. And so think about this for a second. We all donate to CART. Well, my donation to CART has been helping Terry not get Alzheimer's, as you heard him say earlier today. All right. Upgrading the club experience. And again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, but I really want you to think about the entire club experience. From the moment somebody walks through the door to the moment they walk back out that door, what does that experience look like? What does your welcome desk look like? How does the new member get treated when they walk in to go sit down at a table? Facts, true story. I went to a Rotary Club to visit. Okay, I was just out and about visiting, and I went to sit down at a table and was told, you can't sit at that table. That's the old man's table. Okay, he only lets certain people sit at that table. How welcome did I feel? Now, I'm already a Rotarian. He didn't have to sell me to be a Rotarian. But would I go back to that club? Probably not, okay? So think about the entire experience that a person goes through. When a new member walks in or a potential member walks in, how many people welcome them? You know, in my club, when we have a visitor or a guest, when they're introduced, our entire club, let's say their name is Harry. My entire club goes, hi, Harry. Makes them feel great, makes them feel welcome, okay? So think about how you can change the experience in your club and make that person feel valued. They just gave up some of their time. They're giving your club the gift of their time. We need to give them back the gift of what Rotary is all about. Make sure the program itself has a sizzle to it. It's exciting. Again, people have a choice to make when they get up in the morning, if it's a morning club or when they're going to lunch or when it's time to go home. They have a choice. They can either go to Rotary because it's great, or they can go do what they were going to do because it's just another Rotary meeting. Okay? We need to wow our customers, put on the white gloves, and make it so exciting that nobody wants to miss. Rotary does have a club health check. The link for it is in your packet. You can go there, do it, check out and see how your club is doing, see if you can't make it better. Mentorship, I think, is a key component. So many young folks in our markets are looking to get the experience of our more mature folks in business. They need that mentorship. We have that to offer. It's one of the key things of Rotary. So create a mentorship program inside of your club and get that word out so that folks know what's going on. And last but not least is our meaningful service projects. We all join Rotary for a couple of different reasons. All the surveys say we either join Rotary because we're looking for friendship, fellowship, or we're looking to give back in our communities. Make those service projects ones that really make a difference, not only to the community, but to the volunteers that are participating. If you can do that, if you follow all 10 of these strategies, you will not have a membership problem. Go find the biggest problem in your community and create a team of people to go solve it, okay? And when you do that, the community is going to know your Rotary Club as the solution in their community. And more people are going to come to you to want to be a part of it, okay? And it creates an automatic attraction machine. Again, folks, these are the 10 intentional strategies that we have to pay attention to because they work. They absolutely work. Throw the billboards away. They don't work. Okay? Throw the newspaper ads away. They don't work. Remember, we had the majority of the room stand up and said, I got a personal invitation. Somebody gave me the gift of Rotary. We have to get our club members so excited that they want to go out and do exactly that same thing and offer the gift of Rotary to other people. And I would ask you to do this. When somebody brings a Rotarian in, celebrate that sponsor. Make a big deal because they just went out of their way to invite somebody to come to Rotary. So we've got this new person that we're celebrating, but let's also celebrate that sponsor. Because why? If we do that, we're incentivizing that same behavior. It's going to happen again. And oh, by the way, the people in the room are seeing what you're doing to celebrate not only the new member, but the sponsor. They're going to say, I want to do that too. And they're going to go out and repeat that exact action. Because here's the deal. And this is unscientific and unsubstantiated, but it's just anecdotal from the information that I picked up. Less than 5% of our members in our clubs are responsible for attracting people to come into our clubs. 40-member club, that means 2 people are bringing everybody into the club. If we could increase that to 4 people being responsible to bring people into our club, we could double the number of people that are coming in, which would then double the number of people that actually join. Okay? But this is all about intentionality, paying attention, and creating that experience that everybody wants to be a part of. So this slide is titled Gain, Train, and Retain Dynamic Rotarians. So I lied to you earlier. I said it wasn't in the slides, but it is. But nonetheless, you have 4 pieces to the life cycle of a member. Prospect identification, then you got to attract them, and you've got to effectively and excitedly onboard them. And then you've got to have an engagement program that keeps them so engaged and involved that they'll never, ever leave your organization until the day they die. Okay, that's how we work membership. So here's some key takeaways. Rotary is a membership organization. Service is our product. Externally, people look at us as a service organization, and that's perfectly fine. But internally, we have to understand we're a membership organization. We live, dive, and thrive based on our membership. If you want to be a successful club and doing successful projects in your community, it all comes back to who you have in your club. Absolutely key fact. These intentional strategies work when we pay attention to them and we implement them and we use them. The last thing you need to do today when you leave this meeting is to take everything in this book and everything you've written down and put it on a shelf and forget about it. Because if you do that, this will have been a wasted Saturday morning, and it's a beautiful day out there. We got better things to do. Okay? So let's make sure we use these things. Terry mentioned it earlier. Attrition is real. Folks, you're going to lose 15% of your club. It's just going to happen. Plan for it. No different than your family budget. You know you want to go to the amusement park, and you're going to have to spend $300 to get there. Plan your budget accordingly. Plan your membership plan accordingly. If you know you're going to lose 15%, you need to attract at the rate of nothing less than 20%, okay, so that you can end up. Retention is for the long term. I haven't heard it mentioned here yet today, so I'm going to say it now. You can't retain your way to growth, okay? Think about that. You can't retain your way to growth. Retention only helps minimize the number of people you're losing so that your growth becomes easier. But you can't just focus on retention and expect to grow your club. Members don't quit Rotary. They end up quitting the club. It's about the club experience. I've seen a lot of Rotarians move from this club to that club because of the experience in this club. So a lot of times we don't end up losing members over issues other than club issues. It's actually 34% of the reasons that Rotarians leave Rotary. 34%. Think about that. That's club experience. Okay, that is within our control. Membership is within the club's control. Everything we do, this whole experience thing I've talked about today, and last but not least, it's up to all of us right here. Each one of us is responsible for the growth success of our Rotary Club. Ladies and gentlemen, I promise you that if you focus and put attention into these strategies and put the level of excitement into it, you will see the results that you're looking for. I guarantee it. Remember, get your smartphones out, start looking at who's in there, start identifying who you need to talk to. You will get people, and then leverage the rest of the strategies in the order that we talked about in order to see success in your clubs. Thank you very much.
You can't hear me? What we're going to do now, Chris talked with you about the intentional strategy that is guaranteed, absolutely guaranteed success, which is the Rotary Information Hour. Some clubs call it Discover Rotary. You don't have to use that term. And the point is that it's more of a business meeting than a Rotary meeting. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to show you how that works. The reason we're going through this, it's a role play. The reason we're doing this is because generally people that have not seen this happen have a hard time visualizing it. So we're going to go through that together. I wanted to first introduce the Discover Rotary players. The Discover Rotary players are...
I'm here to tell you the audition process was exhausting.
It was tough. Chris is from Clemson Sunrise. Carolyn Batchelor is from Blacksburg. Bernie Drahola from Lake Wiley, and Franco Melancelli, formerly of Spartan West, now of the E-Club. So we'll refer to them in just a second. This is strategy number 4 of the 10 proven intentional strategies. And there's a recipe in your binder. I'd like you to open that recipe. Page 17 is where that is. What you'll see here today just walks right down through that recipe. The reason it's called a recipe is that if you substitute other things, you may or may not get the same result. If you leave things out, you may or may not get the same result. This is designed to make absolutely sure that you succeed. So this is the Rotary Information Hour, sometimes known as Discover Rotary. And what you want to do is you want to plan this 6 or 8 weeks out, way far out enough that your members can have time to invite and line up prospects. Discover Rotary will not work if you don't get prospects to the table. Then our suggestion is you use the online registration feature in DAC-DB. It's free. And you get your members to actually sign up to bring prospects. That way you know who's in the game and who's not. You do want a sign-in sheet at the event for walk-ins. That'll happen. And then we'll do a quick round of introductions. You'll see how that works. And then a Rotary overview. That'll be done by our guest, Sandy Olson, who's in Minnesota. You usually have some club collateral, either a brochure or just it doesn't have to be anything fancy. Fun facts about your club on an 8.5 by 11 sheet is fine. And you typically hand those to people as they come in so they sort of have something to look at. It's not quite so awkward to be in a room of strangers. And you have some questions or discussion at the end. Now, here's what's already happened. What's already happened is we set up Discover Rotary. We set it up in the case of my club, we have Discover Rotary planned and scheduled for the whole year. Members know that if they can't get a prospect to come in August, they can invite them for September. We promote this as the preferred way to introduce members to Rotary. And why is that? Well, if you have just a super headline speaker, you might bring somebody to a club meeting, and when they go away, their impression will be of what? The speaker. Yeah, they'll know nothing about Rotary that they didn't know when they came to the door, because how much do we talk about what Rotary is and does in the typical club meeting? How many minutes? 1, 2, maybe, okay? So this is an entire 20 minutes on what Rotary is about. And of course, you provide these memory joggers, some of these lead generation strategies that Chris talked about, to remind members to do that. And then, of course, if you're not getting prospects registered, then club president, membership chair pick up the phone, make a personal ask of members to please bring somebody, a qualified person, not just anybody off the street, a qualified person that they think would make a good Rotarian. So our prospects have been invited. They've been entered as potential members in DAC-DB, so we can, of course, drip market them after this. We send, by the fact that they're in DAC-DB, it means we can use the email feature in DAC-DB to send them a reminder of the event a day or two in advance. And we do that with the sponsors as well. We'd like the sponsors to attend if they can. So I wanted to introduce Sandy Olson. And Sandy is from the Forest Acres Club. Forest Acres is in the Columbia area. She is the Chief Discover Rotary Evangelist for that district, our sister district in the other half of South Carolina. She has done this countless times for clubs, showing them how to do it. She's done that in our district for a couple of clubs by invitation. And she had, prior to her Rotary career, she had a 30-year career in retirement living marketing. Think about that. Target-rich environment, right? Join Rotary if you're marketing retirement living. She's a 2-time past president of her club, and based on her work that she's done in District 770, she was named Rotarian of the Year a couple of years ago. Sandy and her husband Dan have one adult son who's a mechanical engineer, lives in the Columbia area. So please welcome by Zoom, Sandy Olson. Now, I have to say, ordinarily this would be done by a live presenter, but she would be using slides either on a monitor or a small projector or something like that. So that, because this is all about, there's not very much text on these slides. This is all about pictures and stories. So take it away, Sandy.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everyone. We are so delighted to have you join us at the Forest Acres Rotary Club this morning, where we are presenting a Discover Rotary program. We are just delighted to have our club members and our guests today as we take a look at Discover Rotary, which is what Rotary is, what we do, and how we make a difference in people's lives around the world and right here at home. Before we jump into our program this morning, let's go around the table and do a brief 30-second introduction. And we're going to start with our club members. And we're going to ask you to give us your name, vocation, and for the club members, tell us what attracted you to Rotary. I'll go first. I'm Sandy Olson. I'm a member here at Forest Acres. I enjoy an encore career. I enjoy teaching classes, lifelong learning classes, and also training Rotarians. I joined Rotary for Friends and Fellowship, and that has kept me coming back for 18 years. Okay, I'm going to pass it over to first our club members, and Chris, will you start for us?
Hi, I'm Chris Ermiter. I am a musician and educator. And what attracted me to Rotary is the opportunity to satisfy my appetite for service. But was surprised to also enjoy the camaraderie of the group.
Very good. Thank you. Carolyn, would you be next, please?
Hi, Sandy. I'm a member of the Forest Acres Rotary Club, and I joined the club because my husband and I retired and moved to the Forest Acres area after a long absence. And I just wanted to get back in the community, meet people, and give back to the community that I had left and been gone from so long. And I've really enjoyed it. I have made new friends and new activities that way.
Very good. Thank you so much. We'll move now to our guests today, and we're going to ask our guests to also tell us your name, vocation, and what sparked your interest in Rotary. So let's start with Bernie.
Hi, Sandy. Nice to be here. My name's Bernie Drahola. Me, my family, we just recently moved to the area. I'm a software architect. I'm running my own business. So, I saw Rotary organizing a food drive lately, and that caught my interest. So, me personally, I would really like to give some, give back to the community and get involved with the community, and thought maybe Rotary can offer something for that. Thank you.
Very good. Very good. Thank you. And our other guest, Franca.
Hi, my name is Franca Meloncelli, and I was invited to this meeting from our financial advisor. I really don't know much about Rotary, and I would like to, that's the reason I'm here. I would like to know more. And what attracts me is that you do a lot of services. So I'm interested in that.
Very good. Well, we are just delighted to have both all of our club members and our guests here for Discover Rotary this morning. So we're going to, with those introductions, we're going to jump right into it. Rotary is a membership organization that does service. We are a global network of business and professional leaders. We do humanitarian service projects and encourage high ethical standards. We strive for goodwill and peace in the world, and there are 1.2 million of us in 35,000 clubs in over 200 countries around the world. Our motto, service above self. Rotarians are people of action guided by a strong vision. Together, we see a world where people unite and take action to create lasting change across the globe, in our communities, and in ourselves. To answer the question, what is Rotary? We are the largest, most financially sound membership organization whose logo is recognized in more countries than any other in the world. Every minute of every day, we feed, we house, we vaccinate, educate, advocate, comfort, and provide services. That is Rotary. Put simply, Rotary is where neighbors, friends, and problem solvers share ideas and take action to create lasting change. And it can be a life-changing experience because of the extraordinary people that you will meet. Rotarians who will be a mentor and a role model for you, and who will help you build your business network. There's a great history in how Rotary got started. Paul Harris, an attorney in Chicago, gathered some friends in 1905 for fellowship, and it grew from there. Meetings rotated from office to office, which is how Rotary got its name. The four-way test is used by Rotarians worldwide as a moral code for personal and business relationships. It asks 4 questions. Is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendships? Will it be beneficial to all concerned? It was developed by Herbert J. Taylor in 1932 to save a company from bankruptcy, and later it was adopted by Rotary. Now you can see there is a song about the four-way test. I did not realize we had a four-way test song. And if we had time this morning, we would ask Chris Jones to sing that song for us. Since we're short on time, we'll let Chris off the hook this morning. The object of Rotary is 4 principles developed over the years to give Rotarians a strong purpose and direction. They serve as a foundation for our relationships with each other and the action that we take around the world. The object of Rotary comes to life through 5 avenues of service, which are the branches of a deeply rooted membership organization. Those 5 avenues are club service, vocational service, community service, international, and youth service. We also have 7 areas of focus that help us build international relationships. They also help us to improve lives, create a better world, support peace, and end polio forever. These are all critical humanitarian issues that Rotarians have been working on for many years. Recently, Rotary International added a new area of focus, supporting the environment. Rotary has a nonprofit foundation that promotes world understanding and peace. And since it was founded more than 100 years ago, the foundation has spent more than $4 billion on life-changing projects, from preventing disease to providing clean water, supporting education, growing local economies, saving mothers and children, and promoting peace. The Rotary Foundation is best known for its work to end polio in the world. Polio Plus was launched in 1985 and has reached a 99.9% reduction in the number of polio cases worldwide. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation joined Rotary in 2017 to commit $450 million to end polio. The Rotary Club of Forest Acres is one of 77 clubs in District 7770 that includes 25 counties in eastern South Carolina. Our district governor, Paul Walter, is a member of the Rotary Club of Hilton Head Island, but he originally joined the Rotary Club of Spartanburg in District 7750 in 2001. Forest Acres raises approximately $30,000 each year to support several community service organizations. Our community service projects include Happy Feet, Backpack, Ready to Read, A Mother's Voice, and Books for Birthdays. But we're known best for our Forest Acres Festival. That's our major fundraiser each year, which we have co-sponsored with the City of Forest Acres for over 20 years. One of our most rewarding projects, though, is a project called A Mother's Voice, and that's where we provide recordable children's books to incarcerated women at a local prison in Colombia. They record their voice reading the book to their children, and then that book, with their mother's voice recorded in it, is sent home so that their children can hear their mother's voice reading a story to them. Rotarians believe in developing the next generation of leaders. Our programs help young people build leadership skills, expand education, and learn the value of service. Young people may join Interact clubs for those who are aged 12 to 18. They may also join Rotaract clubs for those 18 years and older. There are grants and scholarships available, from youth exchange to Rotary Peace Fellowships. Forest Acres is now recognized as one of the most vibrant clubs in District 7770. We were recently honored as the 2020-21 Medium Club of the Year. And we have fun with our club meetings. Our club meetings are dynamic with great speakers. And while we work hard on our projects and fundraisers, we also know how to have fun. From the Blues Brothers and Sisters with past District Governor Bernie Rydell, who has been a great mentor and role model for me, to hula hoop contests, and even a chorus line. There are many good reasons to join Rotary: lifelong friends, making the community a better place, being part of something bigger than yourself. There's networking, leadership, personal growth, just a few of the reasons why millions of people have joined Rotary over the past 116 years. Yes, Rotary has celebrated 116 years just last February. Now, there is a process to follow for joining a Rotary Club. Membership is by invitation from a Rotarian. You submit a completed membership proposal form and pay an initiation fee. Our board of directors at Forest Acres approves your membership, and then you are inducted into the club. You are assigned a new member mentor, and you also attend the new member orientation and training program. But more important than anything, you become quickly involved in club activities and events. And we also want you to consider leadership positions in the club. It costs $175 quarterly to be a member of Forest Acres Rotary, and that covers the cost of Rotary International and district dues, as well as a subscription to the Rotarian magazine. It also covers all of your meal costs. Well, we come back full circle to Paul Harris once again. And I really believe that he said it best when he described what it takes to be a Rotarian. He said this: if you have the love of your fellow men in your heart, my friend, you are a potential Rotarian. Now, we realize that we've gone over a lot of information about Rotary today. So let's take a few moments to answer any questions that you might have. Is there anything about Rotary that resonated with you this morning or that might have caught you by surprise?
I do have a question. Do I have to come to every meeting?
Rotary International has really relaxed its attendance policy over the years and has become far more flexible. But you know, when you attend like a club event, a club social, a community service project, or a fundraiser project, that also counts toward your membership.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got a couple of questions as well. You mentioned the service projects. How do I actually become part of a project, number one? And number two, can I bring my own project ideas? You know, where I live formerly, we just used to plant trees with a small group of people in town. Is that something that Rotary would consider to do as well in this club?
Absolutely. At Forest Acres, first of all, as a new club member, we really encourage you to get involved in projects and activities right away. But one of the best things about welcoming new club members is they bring new thoughts and new ideas and new directions. And that's what keeps your club vibrant. So yes, we really encourage you to bring your new ideas to our club.
One more question. If my husband is interested in joining the club, would be also welcome, or does it have to have another invitation from a member of the club?
We welcome all guests to our club meetings. That's what helps make us come alive and vibrant. And so all friends, spouses, family members are welcome to attend. Now at Forest Acres, we have a special offer in that we have a family membership. And so the primary club member may invite spouse. The spouse may join the club, and they are offered a significantly reduced membership fee. So yes, all are welcome at Forest Acres.
All right, quick follow-up. You mentioned the membership dues and such. Now I understand, or I heard the Rotary year or the club year starts in the middle of the year. Now we're somewhere off that point in time. Do I have to pay all the dues at once? And also, are there any other costs than the membership dues?
Clubs vary, but here at Forest Acres, our membership dues are quarterly, so it's 4 times per year. There may be other costs. If you participate in a project and you contribute to the project, or if you support a fundraising project that we have, for example, our Forest Acres Rotary, our Forest Acres Festival. We sell sponsorships for that, and some of our own club members will support the club and the festival by buying a sponsorship in that event. So there may be other expenses, but the primary expenses are going to be the dues.
So if I don't attend every meeting, I pay for the meals that I'm not using. Is there any refund, or is where the money goes for those unused meals for me.
If I heard your question correctly, if you do not attend a meeting, what does that money go that I've paid for my meals? Our dues are paid in advance, yes. And so, however, as an alternative to that, we also offer a business membership so that if you cannot attend and you have a business membership in the club, you can send someone in your place from the business, and that meal will definitely be utilized. Well, we thank you all for being here. You have plenty of time to think about Rotary, and if it is right for you, there's no rush. And when you are ready, the next step will be your sponsor will provide you, and I think we have given you membership proposals today. So you complete that membership proposal form and return it to your sponsor, and your sponsor will then propose you for membership to the board, and we will look forward to welcoming you to Rotary. Thanks so much for being with us today and for joining us for Discover Rotary, and you too can be a Rotary hero. Thank you all.
Let's give it up to Sandy. All right, we put out a call a month ago asking clubs that had an effective structured new member orientation to volunteer to do this next segment. We were surprised at the crickets that were chirping in the background. And we are surprised, frankly, how few clubs actually have a structured new member orientation. It's a critical factor to success, retaining members. And of course, as you know, in trying to satisfy customers, the best way to satisfy customers is to set their expectations in the first place. Let them know what they can expect. Discover Rotary is part of that, and new member orientation is also part of that. So today we have my president, Ramona Farrell from the Rotary Club of Greenville, here to explain how new member orientation works in the Greenville Club.
Yep.
So please welcome Ramona Farrell.
So first I'll say, I did not get that email asking for volunteers. I got the email that said, would you do this? So now I know why. But just by show of hands, so how many have a new member orientation program currently? Okay, so hopefully you'll find this insightful. Maybe you'll be a natural like, wow, yes, we could and should do this. I think of our new member orientation, it is part of the onboarding process. So we do have the Discover Rotary, which lays all the foundation, hopefully gets you that hook to, yes, I want to be part of this. And then the next step would be to attend new member orientation once you've been approved, you paid your dues and so forth in our club. I like to think of it as part of the journey. And now you're actually creating a cohort. So I finished college through a cohort, 25 people. My last 2 years, we were on a fast track. I went through my master's program on a cohort, 20 people on a fast track, but it created those lifelong relationships, and we also had common goals. So when you have the new member orientation, we might have roughly 6 to 8 people that attend the meeting. It does follow, it's monthly. It precedes our normal club meeting. So it's a nice transition. You do member orientation, then just move over to the next room for the lunch meeting. I liked it when I went through, also disclosures. August, this is my 4-year anniversary as a Rotarian, so I'm a younger club member, but yeah, so thank you. But it meant a lot, like walking into the room, a packet's on the table, my name's on the outside of the packet, there was a Rotary cup, there was a coin inside, there was a pin inside, so it felt just more personalized, and I'm already getting something, you know, and I'm just this new member. Then you're sitting around the table, and whether you call it the fireside chat, the roundtable discussion, but it really is about having a discussion and creating that sense of engagement for everyone. So I will move on. So we will start. We have you sitting at the table. You open up your packet. The left side will contain things that are informational, bylaws, process procedures, how to use DAC DB. And then the right side, we kept strictly for action items. And there's a few tools that we use. All of this is available to you. But things where before you leave that meeting, there's actually things you're going to do. But we start off with, again, the introductions, right? Who are you, your business, your whys. We'll ask about who your sponsor is. It's very brief, but going around the table and already, you know, you're thinking of connections, or when you're hearing this, for example, we have somebody that just came in a couple months ago. We now have a new holiday project happening. That's her background, is event planning. She's already on the team, right? That happened because she was at the new member orientation and we're hearing the story. So you go through this, and now we start foundational. We'll go through some things that Discover Rotary covered. It's reinforcement. It restates our roots, right? Our themes, the things we believe in. I like the board of directors. It's got the presidencies up there, past presidents, but also starts to talk about leadership in your club. And it's starting to give you a point of contact as a new member. You'll see, right, we have club, the PR person. So if somebody's sitting there in new member orientation, they're actually interested in PR, or they have that background, that's already a prompt for them that, hey, I might want to be part of that committee. So I look at this as also it creates a touch point, right, for levels of interest. And it's dynamic, right? The board changes, officers change. So it also tells people you have an opportunity to have a role, because this is not like in place. Check back in a year and there will be some new faces. Expanded view, and every club is different. Every club has different levels of committees and involvement, but this is just a reflection of the Greenville Club. But again, you can already see now, if I was interested in membership, I know I'm going to reach out to Jackie Cabasco right there. If you use DACDB, which that's what I use to find members and to sign up for things, I can go now and touch base with Jackie, right? And we'll provide other opportunities. But again, orient them to our club. Now you're getting a deeper dive into our club, and you're sitting at a table with 4 or 6 people, and it starts that conversation. Again, going back to Discover Rotary, we'll sit back to the roots, the size of Rotary, the level of involvement. I will tell you, I've also had people call, ask about Rotary, but if it's not right for our club, whether it's location or like one guy was interested in our club, but he was actually going to be in Spartanburg for a year or 2. So I said, well, let me make phone calls, and I got him connected to a president person up in one of the Spartanburg clubs. And that way, you know, at least they're part of Rotary. And then he was there for a year, and then he reached out and said, hey, I'm coming back to Greenville, so I'd like to, you know, what can I do? Can I transfer to your club? So there's a lot of those opportunities, but it speaks to the depth and breadth of our club, just right, sharing this type of information again. You can have your own page. I'm not, right, this is us, I'm not going to read it, but your own page that just reminds meeting times, number of members, and so forth. The guiding principles, object of Rotary, 4-way test. These are things that we probably have on the left side of the packet. Again, informational, but these are our roots, right? These are the foundations, the things that we always go back to as Rotarians. We'll cover the 5 service avenues again. You heard them mention that in Discover Rotary. And I think this is also a good time because it tells people there's a place for everyone in our club, right? Some people, I am about service. Some people, I might not have service time right now, but I'd probably make a good mentor to someone. So maybe your vocation would align you with doing something like that for a period of time. Again, we'll cover the other 3, community service, international, youth services. We'll touch on the things that we're doing in our club, the committees that we have that relate to this, and then we'll do a deeper dive. Leadership Institute. So I was a Rotarian for about a year. I like learning. I'm always curious. So I actually, without anybody asking me, signed up and started attending these Leadership Institute programs, which again, created connections for me, gives me a better understanding. But I love that we incorporate it in our new member orientation because it also talks about opportunity, right? And it says you don't have to, in my opinion, already be a board member, already be an officer, because the Leadership Institute is a great way to just get a better understanding of what it means to be a Rotarian and some of the things happening behind the scenes, right, that you don't have exposure to at each meeting or an understanding of. And then we provide the meeting dates. And I'll also disclosure. So I attended that with no idea or thinking I was going to be a president of our club, by the way. And I think I was secretary for a day, and the current person that was on track was going to be deployed. I'm prior military, he's prior military, or he is active. And he called me and said, hey, so this is my situation. Would you be willing to just step in and be president in the coming year? And I was like, oh. But military, right? I've got your back. No man left behind, no person left behind. So I jumped in. So for me, having attended that Leadership Institute, turned out to be very critical. Again, I still don't know everything, constantly learning, but I felt like at least I was a little more connected. So it's something I would encourage any Rotarian to attend. Navigation of our website. So there's information on that inside our packets. But just to cover, right, how we utilize, and we're getting better about our social media. I don't know how, if you guys, we have a PR group, but now we're using LinkedIn, Facebook, but I don't use Facebook through work. So for me, LinkedIn is really important. I think they're now, I don't know if we're doing Twitter too. They're just doing things right. But that whole navigation, getting people familiar and comfortable, and then willing to share to help us make our website better is important. We'll go through DACDB. And again, are all of you guys using DACDB? Right? Okay. I don't use it enough. Like I just recently learned CRM is on there. Thank you, Terry. Terry's really good about, hey, Ramona. So now we're going to be utilizing that, and I'll tie that in a moment with our membership. But we encourage all of our members sitting at this table to actually sign up or download the app onto their mobile phones before they leave our meeting that morning. So you carve out a few minutes at the end and just do it right, do it live then. But step-by-step instructions. The Rotary Foundation, Rotary Charities. So I'm going to go back to the structure for a minute of our new member orientation team. So I took that on 2 years ago. So I was the chairperson, again, very inexperienced Rotarian. So I had someone who was past president who acted as an advisor. Our goal was to build a mentorship team. That didn't happen, but she stayed in that advisor capacity, and I'll share in a moment, but connecting now to committees. Pam is still on the team, a lot of district experience, heavy administrative side, so extremely knowledgeable. So it's a team that's presenting this information. Me, inexperienced. So I can talk about my own experiences. I can speak to slides, but when it came to Rotary Foundation, Rotary Charities, I'm still learning. So to have that depth of experience sitting at the table, who can explain the difference between the foundation, the charities, how they interact, extremely important, right? To speak about the good that we're doing, how those monies feed back into communities locally, globally, really important. But now they're hearing it from somebody who's been a Rotarian for 20, 30, some odd years. So build a team that's excited about engagement, right? Excited about having new members be excited about being part of this process. Invite them to the table to be part of that team, right? It's very valuable. But we'll go through this. And we still, even in our regular meetings quarterly, we are revisiting this, constantly educating. We've now pulled Paul Harris Fellow into it, so that's part of the regular conversation as well. Because the more we can repeat and talk, right, it slowly sinks into our brains. Then we'll move into fundraisers. And we used to do the Rotary, the lights, right? Roper Mountain Lights. And so that was huge for us. We've been seeking, and I'm just excited. So we'll touch on the fundraisers. We're always looking for new club projects. And then our most current one is the Kringle Holiday Village. So we're now doing this in partnership with Floor. It's where we hold our drive baseball games. They have an event team. They were looking for something to anchor into the community, and now we're partnering with them. But here's our opportunity to share with these new members. If you're looking for a way to engage, something that you can kind of hit the ground running, then we want you to be part of this Kringle Holiday Village team. right? And then again, it's exposure into the community. It connects us with the community. And so to me, that's really important. And a lot of members join because they want that community interaction and want to be part of making a difference. So we'll share about that. Okay, so then we'll transition into, so those are all things about Rotary, but now here's about you as the new member, right? So, okay, I'm a new member, so what? Well, here are things that you can now do. We call it the Fast Start Plan, but you become a new member, you'll get a red badge. And for us, what we'll do is at one of our lunch meetings, we actually bring you forward, give a short bio on you, and hand you your red badge in front of everybody, kind of like the red badge of honor, right? Some people wear that for a long time. You go, shouldn't you have a blue badge? I mean, it's been like 2 years, and they're like, I don't know, but then everybody kind of thinks I'm new and they come up and talk to me, right? So, okay. But there are some things you can do to help you get more integrated, right? Whether it's going lunch with somebody, go visit another club. You see, just sign up for DAC TV, right? Download that onto your phone. There's a form that we have, and we'll say, just check 4 of these items. And I have a second page, like 4 of the items, hold up my hand. Yes, I solemnly swear that this is all the truth, right? Send it into your executive director or your administrator. And now the process is starting where badges will be ordered to transition from red to blue. But again, so a list of things that they can do. And there's the second page. So there's a number of things. So it's not like you have to sit there and go, gosh, let me think, what is it? What can you do as a new Rotarian? Well, hey, let me help you out, right? And then you'll probably come up with other ideas as well. But these are the things that we use. And we don't have anything on the blue badge, so before I touch this. So the blue badge, this is something we just started a couple of years ago, obviously fell by the wayside with COVID. But we now, we just did this on our first July meeting, right, for the new year. So we talked about Paul Harastello's. We actually awarded Paul Harastello pins. And then we called up new members who were wearing their red badges. And literally, we call it a transitioning from red to blue. Took the red badge away, gave them the blue badge, did a large group picture, right? So again, it's that cohort, it's that team, and you're sharing this publicly with all members. And it should be kind of exciting for them to go, wow, I didn't realize we had that many members. Or that there's that group that have been in here for whatever, 6 months to a year now, and they're getting their blue badge. So we just have made that public. These next couple of slides are, I consider them tools. So if you're somebody who, okay, what else can I do on my own? So this is something that Rotary's used for a while. I will tell you, not familiar with these slides, but it literally gives you things that you can personally do. As far as reading, I think I saw in there, explore the district website, find and read the Rotary Foundation reference guide. I don't know if that's the one Chris was saying was 400 pages, but it sounded like if you can't sleep at night, pull that open. Is that true? Okay. Might not want to use that if you want to get excited. But just, again, some things that you can do on your own, right, to get yourself more immersed into Rotary. If that doesn't work for you, I thought this was kind of cool. These are things that you can do in different years of your Rotary life, right? So think about the road traveled, and this might be your path, or you might go off on a little bit different path on your journey. But just things that can help you as an individual going, what else, what am I missing? Is there something I should have done along the way? Well, maybe I want to visit this tool and just see what's there, what's being referenced. And again, this is all available to you. So then committees, we actually have several pages. I think you have it there that lists the committees. We'll give you the chairperson, describe what the responsibility of that committee is. A comment was made earlier about retiring committees that have just become stagnant, complacent, or really just aren't functioning any longer. So we have tried to do that. We do that every year or so to just do the revisit and see what should we pull, what should we be adding. But now we're seeking active involvement by these new members sitting at the table. So we'll review the committees with them. That's a little bit of what it might look like. And then we have this form. So this is the willingness to constantly be thinking about change. Should we be doing this differently? We used to give them this form. one copy in their packet to keep. The one on the action side, this is the first thing we're asking them now to fill out. And we used to say, just check off your area of interest, right? Any of the committees that might be of interest to you. We are not committing you. We're not saying you're going to be part of that committee, but you just might be interested. So they would do that. Then Elizabeth, who's that advisor person, would send an email. So for me at the time, last year was programs committee. So they would send me an email and say, Ramona, this new member is interested in being part of the programs committee. So now as me, the chairperson, it was my responsibility to reach out to that new member, welcome to the club, talk more about the programs committee, and see if that's something they wanted to be involved in, right? So that's like bringing them in. Effective, but not effective. Some chair people were following up, some were not. That doesn't reflect too well on us. So this year, what we're doing is saying, identify the top 3 committees. And actually, we are placing you on a committee. It's not, we're not making it so arbitrary. And again, looking at a way to get people engaged, right? Like now, not, oh, when somebody calls me a month or 2 months from now, because then also as a new member, how are you feeling? Think about it. When you come excited and then it's like nothing, no one's calling you. It's like, huh, guess they didn't really want me, right? Or, okay. So now it's, you put your top 3 picks and you get placed on a committee. The who do you know? This is also new, and this is, I'm going to thank Terry. So he's really good, right? I always think, I love this, right? I don't know what I don't know. So he will send me emails, or we went to lunch and he said, let me share some forms with you and documents that Rotary's used over time, and maybe something that our club wants to use. So we have this, it's called the Who Do You Know Now? And this is what it looks like. So what Terry shared with me was, I don't know if it's 4 pages, 2-sided, but just too busy for me. And if I'm not going to take the time to read it and fill it out, why would I expect anybody else to? So this is our version of the form, but available to everybody. So now the new member, here's your second ask. Before we leave here, we're sitting here now. Take a few moments and think about, who is it that you'd love to have sitting at the table next to you, that you want to share a meal with, that you want to spend more time with. That's someone we want to invite to Rotary. So we give them those few minutes, and it's simple, right? What's their name? What's their occupation? An email and a phone number. And if you're sitting there, can't think of someone, well, we have a whole page that can help prompt you to think about people from different industries. What I will tell you is we just rolled this out. The June meeting was the first meeting, and the feedback I heard was, Ramona, I mean, gosh, they like, boom, sat and just started writing. We didn't, other than that prompt, it was like one person had 5 names, someone else had 3 names, right? It can be 1 name, it just doesn't matter. But wow, what a great tool. And now we have a person in our club, and she's a younger member, newer member. She's on the orientation team. So you tell them, okay, great. So you take the picture, right? So that's that accountability factor. We're going to take the sheet. Now that we know about CRM, these potential contacts will be entered into DACDB. But we were asking this person, hey, so would you reach out and just invite that person to a Rotary meeting, invite them to Discover Rotary, right? If you'd be excited about having them here, chances are we'd be excited too. Now, this person, Portia is her name. She is going to follow up in a week or 2 with that member. So, hey, we filled out that form. I just wanted to see, were you able to reach out to them? Are they going to be able to come to a meeting? If you haven't, is there something I can do to help you? You know, would you too, if I've had someone call me before and say, hey, here's a potential member, Ramona, would you be willing to go to a coffee tea meeting with me? Yeah, I'll go. I like people, so I'll go to most meetings with people involved. So we went, had the information meeting, and in that case, he actually became a Rotarian. So there's that ability, right, to just make that offering. If somebody says, I want to do this, but I don't know quite how to do it, happy to go with you. So that's something new that we're doing. Hopefully this will continue to gain traction. And just as a sidebar, at our first July meeting, we also rolled this out to our Rotary Club at large and passed out the form and asked people to fill it out and to give it back to us. Same thing, so we could identify potential prospects and do that invitation. That's getting slower traction, but that might be the difference between the new member who's all excited about Rotary and our existing members who we have to find ways to make them feel excited again and want to bring others to the table. But we're trying to utilize that on multiple platforms. And then that'll wrap it up. We'll ask them if there's any other questions, anything they want or need to know. And then we send them off to lunch. Okay, I did not bad. Okay, I'm on Boone.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So the keys to this are some planning, some structure, some handouts, some visuals. And once you get it started, it's just lather, rinse, repeat. It's just an easy deal. We do it monthly. If you don't have new member flow coming at you that fast, you might do it, say, quarterly. The point is, you want to get that done as quickly as possible after somebody joins. Don't make them wait around. And of course, you could do it one-on-one or two-on-one, maybe with another person helping you with it. Okay, now we want to get back to Chris Jones and some conversation about some alternatives to Rotary Club Model A. He'll explain the rest of that.
Thanks, Terry. As he's pulling up his slide. So we're going to talk a little bit about becoming innovative. And I think it's critical at our time in Rotary that we start to take a look at the model that has worked for us since 1905 and start to say, what can we do to change this up a little bit, to make it a little bit more adaptable and more appealing to the masses that are out there today. We've been very successful with our model to this point, and we do need to take a look at where we can go from here. So this is all about growing our membership, and it's really about not only growing our membership in our existing clubs, but part of our responsibility is to extend our membership to new clubs. And I would like all of you to start thinking about, okay, so we have our legacy traditional club model, which works great for our club, but there's got to be more opportunities out there than just our club. There we go. So key number one, inside of our any one of our communities, we have less than a 1% market penetration rate. Think about that for a second. So if you have a community of 10,000 people, you're at 1%. That means there's 100 people that we have in Rotary. So we have less than 1% in any market that we go into, which gives us a 99% opportunity for growth, okay, in terms of people. Not everybody is designed to be a Rotarian, and we get that. Not everybody wants to be a Rotarian. We don't understand that, but we get that. So we just have to make sure that we have models that are appealing. So the three circles up here talk about the fact that we have goals, and Frank is very committed to these goals. We're going to have 3 new clubs starting in this district this year at an average of 30 members each. So there's 90 new members for the district that'll be coming in. We've talked earlier today about focusing on keeping our retention or our attrition at 15% or lower, and our attraction of new members at 20% or greater. And those metrics are really important for us to understand and to really internalize so that we can achieve the goals that we've set out. Because Frank will be smiling at the end of the year if we can really achieve all of these goals. Right, Frank? So, all right, so here's the situation. With notable exceptions, Rotary clubs have not meaningfully grown in the past decade, really it's the past 20 years. And Terry has demonstrated that through the graphs that he showed earlier. We're on this glide path going the wrong direction in the vast majority of our clubs. And so that's something that we have to look at and figure out how can we turn that around and move it the other way. We also have a number of clubs out there that believe that my club is just the right size, almost like they built it into their bylaws. I can't tell you when I was governor way back when and went and visited clubs, how many clubs said, we like the intimacy of our club. It's just the right size. And I said, well, that's great. But what are you going to do when the intimacy starts to fall off a little bit because we haven't attracted new members to be a part of it? So we always have to be thinking about how do we grow it a little bit, not go from 40 members to 80 in a year, but how do we go from 40 to 44 in a year? And then 44 to 48 the next year, 48 to 52 the next year, okay? So that we still have that intimacy that we want, but we're constantly growing. Continuing on, if most clubs don't want to grow and others naturally shrink, what's going to happen? Yep, we're going to see that glide path making premature, what did you say, premature contact with terrain, okay? Always one that sticks in my mind. So it's really, what we don't want to have here is become the last generation of Rotarians that are doing service in our community. And that's what we're talking about here today, is how do we get past that? How many of you are lunch clubs in here? Let me see your hands. Okay, a lot. Okay. My concern about lunch clubs are twofold. Number one, restaurant associations are showing a 40% decrease in their lunchtime traffic because people can't get out of the office to get to lunch. COVID has brought another challenge to that, in that people are now working from home. So people have distributed back out to the suburbs in most cases, and so they're not where the restaurants are. If they can't get out to get to a restaurant for lunch, it's becoming more of a challenge to get to a Rotary Club for lunch. So those of you that are lunch clubs, I think you really need to start thinking about alternative opportunities for people to become members. And we'll talk more about that as we go along. I love this quote from Paul Harris back in the 1930s. If Rotary is to realize its proper destiny, it must be evolutionary at all times and revolutionary on occasions. This is back in the 1930s. It was applicable then, it's applicable today. And we do have to evolve our model. So let's take a look at what our needs are. We have to find and establish the following: new Rotary clubs. You know, a lot of times people don't want to join the existing club because it just doesn't work, okay? So we have to find new clubs for them to be able to be a part of. We have to start meeting in different places than we're currently meeting in. Places that work for people that may not, our current clubs may not work. Different times of day. Again, those of you that are lunchtime clubs, I am fearful of lunchtime clubs because that's where a lot of our clubs are, and we're seeing that steady decline, which tells me that we have to look at a different opportunity, a different way of doing business. Different models. You know, maybe our legacy model works for some, doesn't work for all. So we can create other models out there to attract folks. And back to that customer service piece, being our members are like our customers, we have to meet the needs of our members. And we have to design ways to get that done. So watch this quick video here and learn a little bit more.
As Rotary, we often ask ourselves, how do we grow? Personally, professionally, and organizationally? The answer is simple. To grow Rotary, we need more Rotary clubs. Let's use Anytown as an example. Anytown is a city of 100,000 people and home to one proud Rotary Club. But there are hundreds of other people of action, just like us, who are uniquely qualified to become Rotary members. They share the same drive and represent the values and fundamentals of a Rotary member. So why aren't they members? Well, the current club meets on Monday. There are leaders in Anytown who can't meet on a Monday. By excluding this segment, the potential members in Anytown has shrunk. Now consider, what if the meeting is at noon on Monday? There are people who can meet on Monday, but can't meet at noon. So now we have a smaller audience for Rotary in Anytown. Of the remaining group, some aren't interested in a club with a sit-down lunch and speakers. They are passionate about service, but aren't interested in a traditional club experience. And that is okay. The Rotary Club of Anytown isn't doing anything wrong. It just doesn't appeal to particular segments of the community. And if we're going to thrive for years to come, we must adapt and embrace change. In Anytown, we have an opportunity to expand because potential members are everywhere. More than half of the eligible people are prospective Rotary members, waiting to make a bigger impact in their community. But what Rotary Club exists for them? If Anytown creates new clubs at new times and new places, the hidden potential for Rotary will be revealed. As people of action, we must broaden our reach and provide opportunities to all leaders in the community. Together, all of us can grow Rotary.
One of the best videos that's come out of Rotary in a long, long time. Think about this for a second. Rotary started in 1905. That's when our first Rotary Club was born in Chicago. 1908, Ford Motor Company came out with the Model T. Over the years, Ford has innovated, and they've come out with a lot of different types of cars and trucks and SUVs and station wagons and hybrids and electric and all these different types of cars. Well, in 1905, we came out with a Rotary Club that met at lunchtime and had speakers. And we really haven't changed in that period of time. Okay, think about that. So Ford has innovated and they've continued to grow. Rotary has basically stayed static during that period of time. So we have an opportunity to get innovative and creative and adapt and create models that meet the needs of our current membership and our potential membership. So that's what I'm asking you to think about. There is a tool out there called the Grow Rotary tool. I'm not going to get into detail about it, but you see the link up here on the screen. These slides will be available later at the link at the bottom of your agenda that will that you can use to overlay census data along with our member information. And from that, you can start to identify where are great locations to put an alternative meeting time club or an additional club, or maybe where our current club meeting isn't where the population is. And we need to maybe think about that. So this tool can be very valuable to you. We do have our legacy traditional models, but we also have different models that you can adapt to, such as a passport club. And I'll talk a little bit more about each of these in detail in a moment. We have corporate type clubs, cause-based clubs, alumni clubs, interest-based clubs, clubs that are international. In fact, your district is very fortunate. You have an E-Club in this district, the E-Club of the Carolinas. And when I was in India in 2014, I met a gentleman named Ajay Thakur. And Ajay wanted to be a Rotarian, and he couldn't find a Rotary Club in India to join. So I connected him with the E-Club of the Carolinas, and Ajay from India is a member of that club. So that's an international club, okay? You have people from all over the world that can be a part of it. And there are many clubs in our system that have international flavors to them. Renee Stubbs last week got up and talked about the new Passport Club that you have here in your district that's forming. The nice thing about a Passport Club is it provides an opportunity for those members that can't meet every week or every 2 weeks, but they want to be providing service into the community. So they can join this Passport Club for District 7750, not meet every single week, but be there available to their clubs locally as an extension of service and to provide service as an additional member in your club. So that's a great model to look at, the Passport model. You've got the corporate model, and there's two ways to look at the corporate model. One is bringing corporate members into your club, and your district has a specific way of getting that done. But there's also ways to go to corporations and put a Rotary Club inside the corporation. Maybe the people inside the location can't get out of the business to get away to a Rotary Club. Maybe it's a school, maybe it's a police department, a fire department, but all those people want to be Rotarians. So there's an opportunity for satellite and companion clubs to go after that. Cause-based clubs. These are clubs that have a particular focus in an area. There's a new club starting up out in Western North Carolina that has a 100% focus on Alzheimer's. And they're calling themselves the Rotary Club of Alzheimer's Relief of North Carolina. So, you know, that's an idea. We have another club out in out on the beach in North Carolina that is focused on scouting. Get this, they started with 42 members. I'm sorry, they started with 34 members when they chartered, and they've grown to over 42 members in a very short period of time, and they've already spun off a Rotaract club, okay? And they're continuing to grow. And oh, by the way, they're also an international club because they have members that meet with them from all over the world. Rotary Club of Scouting, or it's Rotary Club with a Friendship Knot is actually what it's called. So different ways to look at it. Alumni base, you know, we Rotary have put a whole lot of people through group study exchange in the years past. We put them through RILA. We've had Rotary exchange students. So all of our alumni are folks that we can reach out to and form a club for alumni-based folks. And then interest-based. Harry introduced me earlier as the past president of the Rotary Club of the International Fellowship of Motorcycling Rotarians. That fellowship actually formed a Rotary Club of motorcycling Rotarians that meets on Wednesday evenings at 7 o'clock. Don't even know when my own club meets. Wednesday evenings at 7 o'clock. And we have speakers that come in and talk to us about motorcycle things every single week. And then we get together and we do rides. In fact, we have a ride coming up in 2 weeks. And for our service project, we're going to be planting friendship trees like Paul Harris used to do along the ride. So we have 3 different stops that we're making along the ride, and we're planting friendship trees. And we got a Rotary District grant in order to get that done. So that's just one idea of an interest-based opportunity. But I hope you start to see that the world is our oyster. We can start to create whatever type of club that we want that has a particular focus. Rotary International now has a strategic relationship with Toastmasters. Have any of you been to Toastmasters? Any of you are Toastmasters? Okay. So, you know, if you've been to our Learning Center has a plethora of Toastmasters training material on it. What does that tell you? Well, that tells me that we can go visit our local Toastmasters clubs and talk to them about the strategic relationship that we have, and maybe there's an opportunity for a Toastmasters club to become a dual club, Toastmasters/Rotary. Maybe there's an opportunity for our Rotary clubs to become a dual club, Rotary/Toastmasters. Partnership, two-way street. But get creative, because you have that flexibility available to you to be able to create all of these different clubs. We talked about the international club. So what do you do? What is it that you can do next in order to make this happen? Well, first of all is identifying the opportunity. So remember way back when we started looking at our phones and said, I've got 1,000 people or 500 people on my phone. Love to talk to them about my club. My club doesn't work for them. Well, let's find a club that does. And if we don't have a club already existing, let's create one. And create one that has a focus and a bent that really gets them excited. And then identify that spark plug, that person that's really going to be passionate about getting that club off the ground. In my case, with the motorcycling club, which I'm an associate member of, it's a whole other story, but I'm an associate member of that club, but it's interesting. All of us in there got an automatic membership into the fellowship, and our club has 5 past district governors in it from around the United States, because we all ride motorcycles and we had an interest. And we all have a home club. So we're a full member in our home club and an associate or an honorary member in this motorcycling club. But anyway, you identify the spark plug, you get the club type figured out, identify the model that you want, and then you start building the club. The key to this, and this goes back to our traditional models as well as our innovative models, the fortune's in the follow-up. You know, if we've reached out to folks and we've talked to them about a membership opportunity in our own club, in a new club, whatever the case is, we can't just put it out there one time and think that they're going to latch onto it. Because remember what I said earlier, drip marketing, it takes people maybe some time, up as long as 18 months in some cases, to latch on and become part of it. Okay? So don't give up after your first try. Continue to go, because it will work. Last but not least, Terry is your district's innovative club advocate leader. And so if you want to join this advocacy team, talk to Terry and become a part of it. Terry has been very kind in his introductions of me here today. He talked about all these things that I've done. He hasn't talked much about him, and I want to brag on him for a minute. He's mentioned that I held the role of Rotary coordinator for the zone for 3 years, which was 2016 through 19. Patrick Eakes is the current Rotary coordinator. The Rotary coordinator following Patrick is none other than your district's own Terry Weaver. Congratulations, Terry. Our zone is in great hands with Terry's leadership to help lead membership going forward. We're so excited about that. So there are a lot of resources that are available to you. And again, this slide deck will be available to you at the link at the bottom of the agenda, so you can go back and reference it. But you've got rotary.org/membership. There's a lot of information available to you there. Rotary.org/flexibility. And it talks in more detail about some of the things I've touched on here today. There's the Rotary Learning Center that you can go into and learn from. You've got the Rotary Club Central, which has a lot of information in it. The Brand Center, starting a new Rotary Club is a link that's out there. Cause-based club types, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, there's a plethora of resources that are available to you. So it's not just what you're learning here today, but you can go back to your clubs and reference these websites and get to more information. And of course, you've got Terry as the lead for innovative clubs for your district. I'm going to talk briefly about a new program that Rotary International just introduced. It's called the Membership Society. The Membership Society is recognizing folks that have brought in 25 or more members into the organization. Okay, think about that, 25 or more members. And they're at levels, 25 to 50, 51 to 75, and 76 to 100 are the levels that they're recognizing. There's the gold, silver, et cetera. The details are listed here. Again, you can look at that later when you download the slides to get into. And there are the levels, platinum, gold, silver, and bronze. Why am I bringing this up? Why do you care? Well, because your district has an individual in it that has been recognized in this membership society, and I want to call them out, and I can't read it from here. Dr. Judith Prince from the Greenville Rotary Club has been recognized for bringing in 31 members to Rotary. Okay, so congratulations to her. And if you want to get your name recognized in this virtual gallery, all you got to do is go out and attract folks to bring them into Rotary. Okay, it's just that important. So bottom line, all of us have a responsibility to grow Rotary, and quite honestly, the world does need more Rotarians. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, we want to move right along into the club presidents panel. If the club presidents and Carol Burdett, our facilitator, will come up.
Well, good morning. We will make up some time here, not because these guys are not important, but if y'all have a seat, we're going to talk to you about some best practices that they have used in their club. And so as we start, if the person will introduce themselves and their club and talk a couple of minutes about some things that worked in their Rotary Club to grow membership. And as they go down, what I'll do is pick out a couple of things that they say, and we'll discuss a little bit of that, and we will make up time to get you at lunch pretty close. So Cara Hamilton's going to be first. She's my star.
So my name is Cara Hamilton, and I am the immediate past president of the Anderson Rotary Club. And some of the things that we did during this very strange year last year called COVID is we really tried to engage with all of our members. We would call them, we would send them letters, we sent them birthday cards. Members that couldn't come to the club because of COVID, we sent them little cards that we had made up that said, we miss you, but we're still here. Join us on Zoom. So I think engagement was really important. The other thing that we did is we started this year, a new service project. We adopted Homeland Park Primary School. That got all of our members rallied around a purpose. So while it was difficult because of COVID and all the protocols that the elementary school had, we were still able to make a significant difference. We had a teacher appreciation day. We gave gifts to the school. We gave the children books. We gave them socks. I could go on, but we adopted this school and it made a difference. And the beautiful thing is that we will continue to do that. We will adopt them again. President Ben's going to continue that, and then we're going to try to expand that. So I could go on and on. I think the other most important thing is engagement and people having a sense of belonging. I think it's very important that people are met at the door with a sergeant at arms. They feel like they're welcome. They're introduced. People talk to each other. They feel a sense of belonging that they own the club. So that's some of the key things, Carol.
Okay, if you'll pass that microphone on, I want to pick up on a couple of things. One that Cara talked about, the process of which we went about adopting a primary school has been amazing. But you ought to see her dancing at the birthday parties we had for the kids. We had so much fun with them, but we were able to, because of COVID, we were not able to bring in as many of our members as we wanted to. We're hoping that as the school year goes on this year, we'll be able to take more and more. We have readers in 22 classrooms. Every classroom is going to have a reader. But the other thing that Cara didn't mention is also she laid the groundwork, and our new president is starting up on a satellite club, which we will have Governor Frank inducting 10 new members at his visit in September. So we can do great things even though it is COVID. Anything that stirred your thoughts around what Cara had to say? How many of you are willing to take the time to send birthday cards, call up members that you haven't seen, and make sure that they know they're cared about? And I'm going to say this, and then we'll move on to Jim. When you miss church 1, 2, 3 Sundays and nobody says anything about you not being there, it's not too long before you go, nobody cares about whether I'm here or not. It's the same thing with Rotary. If they miss 1, 2, or 3 meetings and they don't hear from anybody to find out if something's going on or what may be happening in their life, they may just go, nobody at that Rotary Club cares about me. Why am I going to go back? keep that in mind. And Jim Mulligan, tell us all about you and your club.
Well, I'm from the Easley Club. I was president 2 years ago. And I think what's really helped us, we've tried to become more visible in the community and had projects trying to engage the students, or not the students, but our members. Going back to the students, one thing we have done for the last several years, we've always recognized the top 10 students at Easley High and brought them in for lunch one day and recognized them. Well, COVID the last 2 years has put a stop to that. So what we did last year, we made yard signs. So we got 40 students with signs in their yard, Rotary Scholar, sponsored by the Easley Rotary Club. And we started an Interact Club in Liberty last year. So we're recognizing the top 3 students in each class there. So we've got 12 signs in Easley. In Liberty. We also give a scholarship to the top student at Liberty, and that's in the Interact Club, and the top 2 students at Easley that's in the Interact Club. Another thing, we partner with the Pickens Club. We have between Easley and Pickens, we have the Doodle Trail, not the Swamp Rabbit, but the Doodle Trail. And we have a Rotary Park centered halfway that the 2 clubs has a kind of a rest area. But for the past 2 years on Polio Day, we've had a polio awareness day there. So we meet there, we pass out some refreshments, have things about Rotary, give out things about how we've helped stop polio. And also we have items why you would want to be a Rotarian and come join us, things like that.
I want to bring up 2 things that Jim said that I think are really, really, really important. One, he talked about branding, didn't he? He talked about those signs that are going up with the brand of Rotary and how they're making everybody that drives by that student's yard is going to see the Rotary brand. The second thing he's talked about is the park and the Rotary branding there. But then the most important thing that Jim talked about, youth. In both cases, the students in Interact, he's talking about the creation of future Rotarians. Let's think about that. With Interact and Rotaract, in RILA, we need to incorporate in the minds of these youth, you are a future Rotarian. Not just you've come here to RILA for a week, but you have an opportunity when you have gone through your education, whether it's with RILA or Interact or Rotaract, you have an opportunity to be a Rotarian. Bonnie.
Bonnie Luttrell. I'm with the Clemson Sunrise Club, also 2-year president, past president, and treasurer for about 8-9 years. I would say what we did well, really well, is we're a really small club, but everybody's engaged. Once COVID hit, our president at the time had us back up and running through Zoom within 3 weeks. We didn't miss a beat. We kept going. We had a lot of participation. People actually got on Zoom and watched. The other thing that we've done is we're well branded. We have new shirts that tell us what the club name is and what Rotary represents on the back. We have listened to what the members enjoy. We had a dog park where everybody brought their dogs. We have members that are interested in veterans. So we've been involved in veterans projects. You have to listen to your club members. We were one of those clubs that had a lot of new members last year, but we got caught at the end where older members got sick and very unexpectedly thought we dropped 2 and 3 members really quick. So keep abreast of where in your community can you get your new members and get them involved. It's been a really fun year. We've got everyone engaged. Like I said, we've got veterans, we've got pet projects. So listen to what your membership want. You don't want your club to become kind of stagnant. That's when you're going to start seeing that shift with your members.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Bonnie. And I would say about the Clemson Sunrise Club, there was a point in time where They were a very active club, but they went in a slump. They lost a lot of members, but they have come out of that, I think, stronger than ever. And they are very active. And I think that the word that Bonnie used over and over again is engagement. And it is the idea that you allow new members to engage immediately. And it might not be what you're already doing. It might be a new idea that they bring to your club. And so listening and being active with those new members and having them be a part of the club immediately. So how much more time do we have? Oh, 10 minutes. Very good. Yes, that is, and as Chris Jones and said earlier, along with Terry and the process we saw with Sandy Olson, we know without a doubt, Discover Rotary is a tool that works. So don't forget to go in the website, look at it, use it, make it work for your club. So we want to open it up for a few questions that you might have of the three. They're all past presidents, and so tell us what you'd like to know. Yes. Yes.
No, I've been Rotary member for 10 years, yet I'm not very knowledgeable about Rotary. I've been a passive participant or attendant, but I'm curious about something. I would like to know what you think about it. Given the current situation with COVID, attendance is not taken as it was before. So, and I think it's important to attend. And when Lance Young, who we all know, asked me to be a member, he told me try to attend at least every other week, minimum. Okay, that's what I've been doing. Is it enough? I'm not sure. And is it possible to be a member without attending? My personal point of view is that it is important for people to be there at least every other week. The person I talked to right now said, no, people are no longer required to be there. I'm not sure that's the right approach. I was curious to know what you thought about it.
I think that's a great question, and I'll just take a quick stab at it. In my personal opinion, I don't think you can benefit from Rotary, or you can help your communities and internationally if you aren't attending. Now, I'm not saying every meeting. People have things that come up. We have to be very cognizant of the world that we're living in, and people need to feel safe and secure. So there should be no shame in my mind if people don't come, because they just have to take care of themselves. But I really think it's no different than church. This is a sense of community. This is about networking. This is about service projects. And those things are boots on the ground kind of things. So you got to be present to do them. So that's kind of my opinion.
I'm going to take that one step farther. One thing we're doing, since they've relaxed the attendance requirements, we're reaching out to former members that had to drop out because they couldn't attend regularly and felt like they wasn't doing their obligation. So we're getting some of those back in.
I would say the same, even during COVID or when we relaxed some of the restrictions. We had past members that were no longer in the club. We were able to visit in the yard, sending the cards. We had events like Wild Hearts Equine, where we could still participate in service projects and do it safely. We're here today and we're being safe about it. So I think it's very important to meet in person, but there's also needs in the community. We're still picking up trash. There might not be 28 of us. There might be only 8 of us, but we're still doing the things that are needed in the community. And social media, they're seeing us being safe on campus. So,
and when we think about attendance, how many of your clubs went to a hybrid model during the height of COVID? Okay, it appears that most of the clubs did, and some clubs have pulled back from that now because we got back into the groove. I think that in the height of COVID, again, we're probably going to see somewhat of a need for hybrid. And as Terry has said many times, if you're going to do hybrid, do it well. You want it to be, again, one of those things that people walk away and they were able to hear, they were able to see. But whatever it takes, especially during this time, the engagement is very important. And I have to tell a story similar to Eric's. I was in my club, if you can believe this, for 5 years. And I was going to be president-elect, so I went to PETS. And I was astonished sitting in PETS to find out the work. Now, this would have been in 1999. We would have already been working on polio since 1985. And I'm sitting there, and it's the first time I've ever heard anything about Rotary's involvement in polio. Do not let your members not know about the great things that Rotary is doing around the world. It's wonderful for them to be engaged in doing in their own community. That is important because some of the things that you do as a club, if you weren't doing it in your community, it would not be getting done. But it's equally as important for that Rotarian to know the great work that we're doing in the world. Last year, my niece moved from Charleston to Pickens, and I've been talking about Rotary for years, and she'd been hearing me, and she says, I'm finally in a place. Can you help me join the Rotary Club of Pickens? Well, you know, I was happy to make that contact for her because I wanted her to be in Rotary. Yes, other questions, comments? Frank, oh, I'll come right back to you. Franca?
About attendance and options and international opportunities, I like to pitch in for the Rotary Club of the Carolinas. We are Rotary Club of the Carolinas because we members that move around want to stay in the district. And that's why we have the Rotary Club of the Carolinas, and we are celebrating 9 years at
E-Club.
E-Club. So when you need attendance, when you need to make up and the regular time doesn't work or the hybrid time doesn't work, we meet at 6 p.m. every Tuesday. We have a satellite club in McCormick. So ask, join, write an email. All the information are on the RotaryClubOfTheCarolinas.com. We do service project with other clubs. We do have international members in India, Uganda, Sweden, Costa Rica. I'm personally from Italy, so I travel. Juliana is from Romania, so a lot of different cultures and experiences. So join us, and we don't want to take away members, but if you have anybody that cannot meet the usual requirements, here we are.
During my year as governor this last time, I tried to say to Rotary clubs, if you have people that are leaving and they really are leaving because of their circumstances, encourage them to look at an alternative like the E-Club that's a well-established club that they can join and continue as a Rotarian. Yes, Will.
Well, I was going to say basically the same thing she was talking about, because technology is driving our society. Have you seen a dinosaur lately? They did not adapt. So we need to do the same thing. So we need to use technology to our favor.
Good point. Good point. And I loved the analogy that Chris used about Ford and Rotary. We must look at new models. And if you haven't shown your club the Anytown video, I think it opens their eyes to the fact that we must be innovative. Whether or not COVID, we don't know how long it's going to stay around. And regardless of when it goes away, we must continue to be innovative in our thinking about what we do with our Rotary clubs, because as we continue that innovation, we will continue to grow. When we just do not look at the differences that we can change and go to in a different form, we will begin, or we will continue to lose members. So let's thank our panel. And I know you're all ready for lunch.
And thank you, Carol.
September 7, 8, 9, and 10. And it is a suicide prevention workshop. This is a topic that is very uncomfortable and unpleasant, but critical need in our world. So if you know first responders, if you know teachers, if you know ministers, if you know lay people, it is free and it is available to anyone. All I want you to do is remember the email. If you're interested or can share the email, it's, I think it's suicidehalt@gmail.com. Suicidehalt@gmail.com. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we're all set? No? I want to make one mention of this idea of hybrid Rotary meetings, meaning streaming your meeting live as we're doing this one for recording purposes. There's no audience out there, but we do it exactly the same way as we're doing this meeting. And it does take some planning. It does take some technology, but the fact is that our club has typically about 30% of the meeting attendance is virtual and the rest is in the room. They're on the screen. The Zoom audience knows what's going on in the room. The room audience knows what's going on with the remote attendees. And we do occasionally have a remote presenter, say somebody doing an announcement and so forth. Really think about the fact that you can run a Rotary meeting and stream it at the same time. And you'll keep some members engaged that otherwise couldn't be. Okay, we'll adjourn for lunch. I wanted to bring back Chris Jones. And Chris is here to walk you through something that is the other takeaway besides your club membership goals, which is your club membership plan. This is in the front pocket of your binder. It says club membership plan, Rotary Club of blank. So if you'll pull that out, that's what Chris will be referring to.
Terry, thank you. How was lunch? Was it good? Yeah, I thought it was very good. So let's go through the Rotary growth plan. And again, it's in the front pocket of your notebook. If you would pull it out. And we're going to primarily focus on page number 2, but I want to reemphasize a point here on page number 1. And that is that there are 4 components to a membership life cycle. You've got the prospect identification, attracting members, onboarding members, and then retaining members. So those are the 4 critical components that you really need to map out a plan for when you go back to your club. So if you'll flip over to page number 2, and you've got blanks to fill in there for your current membership, your annual attrition, and you already filled all that out on the other form that you all did this morning. So where we're going to focus our real time here this afternoon for the next 20 minutes or so is on these 4 areas of prospect identification, attracting members, onboarding new members, and retaining members. So while you're getting there, I want to tell you 2 stories that I didn't elaborate on earlier, but I do want to talk about. When I was a club president back in 2008 and 9, and I did not focus on membership during the first 6 months of my presidency, and by the end of December, our club was down 13 members. We're a club of about 40, and we're down 13 members, so we're down to 27. And all kinds of red lights started going off in my head that we had a problem. And so I pulled together the board of directors and said, we got to change this quickly, and we got to put a focus on membership. And we did. And we used many of the strategies that are in the 10 intentional strategies here. And we ended the year at +8. So that to me is a phenomenal turnaround, but it took intentionality, it took focus, and it took a membership plan like this. So we actually documented what our plan was going to be, not to the detail that this is, because we didn't have that tool available at that time. But I got the entire club focused on membership. We talked about membership at every single club meeting. We talked about it at every single board meeting. We measured ourselves against our goal and talked about what's working, what's not, and what do we need to do. And that's really the purpose of this document, is to help you put a plan together so that when you get back to your club, you can put this plan into action. And you can use this plan at every single one of your board meetings and ask yourself, how are we doing against this plan? What do we need to change to make the plan better? So that was the one story I wanted to tell you about. The second story is about qualifying members. you know, I talked about the fact that we've only gotten to 1% or less in any market that we're in. Well, that other 99%, while it represents an opportunity, it doesn't mean that all 99% should be in Rotary, okay? Keyword, should be in Rotary. So we have to really help qualify our members to make sure that they are going to be good members for the organization. Because at the end of the day, they're a reflection of us. So we need to spend a little time and qualify them effectively. And when I was president in 0809, I met with every new member and I asked them 2 questions. And the first question was, what do you want to get from Rotary? In other words, what's in it for you? And the second question is, what do you want to give to Rotary? Those 2 questions unfolded a wonderful conversation about that individual person that I could then take and make sure that they got positioned in the club into the right place based on a service lane, based on a committee, based on whatever the case may be. But those were my 2 questions. They're the only 2 questions I asked. And then the conversation unfurled from there. So those are 2 questions. They're not in your training materials. They're 2 questions that you may want to consider when you get back to your club. My club, again, was a club of about 40 people. The third story I want to talk to you about is my current club, which is the Rotary Club of Cabarrus County. And we have just opened up a companion club. And the companion club, some of you may refer to it as a satellite club, but a companion club is a club that meets at a different time and they have a little bit different focus. And in this club's case, they are focused 100% on service. No speakers, no rituals. They get together twice a month. The first meeting of the month, they talk about the service project they're going to do, and the second meeting of the month, they do the service project. And they're called the Full Circle Club. And the reason they're called Full Circle is because a different member of the club leads the service project each month, and it goes around in a full circle. So my club started the year with 70. We have a goal to end the year at 100, and we've already put almost 20 members into the Full Circle Club because of the way that we're doing the club. It appeals to a different group of people that just want to provide service, not interested in getting together for breakfast. I happen to be in a breakfast club. And this club meets after hours. They get together at 5:30 in the afternoon. They meet at a local brewery. So they have a couple of beers. They talk about their service project, and then they move on and actually do the service project wherever it's going to be. We've attracted a past club president into that club who was going to leave Rotary, and they actually joined the Full Circle Club. And they're attracting other people like that. I tell you these 3 stories because as you start to work out your plan, you may want to take pieces of what I've just mentioned and incorporate that into your plan. So here's what we're going to do. You all are positioned together today by area, and hopefully your club is all together. So this is a little bit of a group activity. And what I'm going to ask you to do is to go through each section and put down what your strategy is going to be, work with the people at your table to come up with your ideas. And then I'm going to give you a few minutes to do that, 3-4 minutes. And then I'm going to ask for some feedback. I'm going to ask you to provide back to me, what are you going to do? Okay, so let's talk about number 1, prospect identification, lead generation. What is it you're going to do from the things we've talked about here today, or maybe other ideas that we didn't talk about today? What is going to be your club strategy to increase prospect identification, lead generation? And who in your club is going to be responsible for that? There's a little block down there that says who's responsible and accountable. Okay? We can come up with all the plans in the world, but if we don't assign it to somebody and make somebody responsible for it and hold them accountable to it, it'll never get done. So let's take about 3 or 4 minutes and write down what is it you're going to do to increase prospect identification and lead generation in your club. All right, so now that you've had a chance to write a couple of things down, I'd like to get some feedback from the audience here as to some of the things that you've written down. So I'm looking for a volunteer that's willing to stand up and share their idea with the rest of the room on what strategy and tactic they're going to use for lead generation. I'm sorry? Yeah, so if somebody will stand up, I'll come to you and share the mic.
My name's Jake Carr in the Rock Hill Rotary Club. One thing that we're doing, we started it this year is we have a Google Doc, and we're asking all of the members to put a business owner or someone who's a leader of a company in their contact information. And then I'm, as the membership chair, meeting with them for a 15-minute meeting to talk a little bit about Rotary and identify employees that they have that would fit the mold for both our lunch club and our satellite club. And then we're bringing them in. So
Let's give Jake a round of applause for being number one, standing up. Okay, Terry, we have one right here.
I'm Cynthia Teamer from the Anderson Club. And one of the things that we're going to start doing is looking at the contacts in our phones and coming up with at least 4. And so we have to be accountable for that. So we're going to track that. And we're asking them to bring someone from different profession, ages, and backgrounds. So we'll have a diverse incoming onboarding selection.
Excellent idea. Thank you. Right here, Terry.
No, my name is Norman Bunn. Well, we thought about the phone thing, and our president over here has his late wife's contacts there, so that's a no-no. So we so we're gonna go to the Chamber of Commerce's list. Oh, by the way, we share an office in the same building, and we are members. The Rotary Club is member of the Chamber of Commerce, so we're gonna go to this list and identify which members we want to go after. And we're gonna ask our members if they have contacts or links to that list, and we're gonna go after them.
Thank you, Will. I want to key in on one thing that Will said here for a second. His Rotary Club is a member of the local Chamber of Commerce. I think that's a key component because they're another membership organization and we are a membership organization, and both of us are looking for members. So there's a great partnership opportunity right there.
And you get the list.
And you get the list as a member, yes. I'm sorry? And they're a member of your club. So you get a two-way partnership going on there. At key point. Other ideas? One more idea, just one more, right behind you, Terry. Nope, a little over, the other table. There you go.
We just thought of the realtors in our club. When somebody moves into town, they sell them a house, they should give them Rotary information and invite them to the club.
There you go.
Brilliant.
Absolutely, make it part of the welcome wagon.
Good
idea.
Could you somehow get a brochure in their packet or whatever they're giving the new homeowners?
All right, let's move on to the actual attracting members piece. And again, you can refer back to your notebooks on pages 4 to 5 to look at those intentional strategies. But how are we going to make our club attractive to prospects? How are we going to tell the Rotary story? What intentional strategies are we going to use? So take a couple of minutes and write down your ideas on actually attracting. So you've done your lead generation, you've identified who you want to talk to. Now let's talk about how we're going to get them. How are we going to attract them to our club? And then most important, who's going to be responsible? We'll take a couple of minutes and work through that. Okay, so now we're going to look for a different group of volunteers to come back and tell us about how they're going to attract members to be a part of Rotary.
Okay, everybody.
So another volunteer. What are the strategies and tactics we're going to use to attract members to Rotary? Looking for a volunteer. I may have to call on your district governor to get this idea. Need a volunteer. Oh, we're right back here, Terry. Over to the right, your left.
I'm Carolyn, bachelor with Blacksburg Rotary Club right down the road. And I thought that one of the ways that we would really try to attract members is that when we talk to them, make sure we emphasize how much they are needed, how much of a change they can make in a little community that is financially depressed and, is going through hard times, I think. How much of a difference they could make. Just make sure they understand that as an individual, they could make a big difference.
Excellent, Carolyn. So what you're doing is you're actually tuning into their favorite radio station, which is called WII FM, which stands for What's in It for Me. And that's a really important piece to do, is to talk about what is the value proposition of your Rotary Club to them as an individual.
I'm Jerry Lieberg. I joined in February. But just as a question, because you guys have all been around a lot longer, what about, for example, we're Pleasantburg. What if the clubs in the upstate Greenville area, whatever, had a Discover Rotary meeting that was shared by all of them? And a different club would have responsibility once a month or whatever, and let it rotate around, and the clubs would have representatives there and invite people in on a Saturday morning or something to learn about Rotary.
Terry, you want to respond to that?
Sure. You'll hear that explained by a club that did it by video later today. And I know that the clubs in the Greenwood area, Emerald City and Greenwood, they do a lot of those kinds of things together. It's a good idea.
So Jimmy, you must have already read the script for the rest of the day. No? Okay. Need another volunteer. One more.
Alberto.
My name is Alberto Maloncelli with the E-Club of the Carolinas. I'm just want to follow up what Franca, my wonderful wife, just said before out there. Because we are an E-Club and we do everything virtual, our big advantage, big plus, is to provide and offer flexibility for anybody that had problems attending a meeting in a club in any location because of time or because of location. So we meet in the evening and we meet virtual. So, and that's one of the reasons why we want to, going to the previous point, try to capture and retain all the people that are in this district but have to move or cannot afford to go to stay in that club. We just don't want them to lose them. We want to keep them in our district.
That's great. So two key words I heard: flexibility and going after potential terminated members as bringing them back as members. Good. One more.
I just wanted to add this, not directly to what they were saying, but on this Wednesday, past Wednesday, our club meets Thursday at noon. And I just got on the phone because we're talking big time, aren't we, Regina, about membership. And I just got on the phone and thought of people I knew. I'm the president right now, my club, and I called 5 different people. And when I tell you, now they haven't joined yet, but 4 of the 5 said to me, I know 2 said, Mr. Bailey said, I've always admired the Rotary Club. They said, but nobody ever asked me. They said, I've been looking and y'all do great stuff, but nobody asked me. And everybody sort of knows you don't ask to join the Rotary Club too much. You have to kind of be asked, you know, to join. You don't go and volunteer yourself in most cases. And so I'm excited. I got 4 of them coming, not this week, but the next Thursday. And we're going to do our thing that we done learn some good stuff in here. How about it?
Who do you know? That's awesome. And you're actually reaching out. Remember back when I started my very first session today, I asked anybody that had been invited to Rotary to stand up. The majority of the room stood up, which is a testament once again that we've got to get out and ask people. We got to get the ask out so that people will come be a part of this great organization. Okay, let's move on to the third part. Now we're getting into the true experiential part, which is onboarding our members. We learned a couple of different ideas here earlier today about onboarding members. What are the strategies and tactics that you're going to use to do that? And once again, who's going to be responsible? So go ahead and document that on your pieces of paper. I have you documenting it for a reason. But go ahead and document that on your piece of paper. And we'll get a couple of volunteers to tell us about that. Got about 2 minutes. All right, so you all have had some good practice at this so far. So we're going to come back a little bit more quickly this time. And we're going to ask for some volunteers to get up and tell us about onboarding our new members. Looking for a volunteer to tell us about it. Terry, right there. Everybody listen up for a minute.
Hey, this is Ryan Blank. I'm from the York Club. We
Speak louder,
assigned, sorry,
we assign a mentor. Usually it's a senior club member or a board member, and they kind of help new members acclimate. It's very informal. You know, they'll give them the lay of the land and outline what they're in for as they acclimate to the club.
So a mentoring program, a buddy program.
Yep.
Very, very good. One of the critical things to onboarding. What else? Another idea? Just pass that mic over one table. There you go.
Hi, I'm Shamika Sims from Winsboro. One of the things that we started doing when I was president was a follow-up survey. So we do a survey of members to find out what we're going to do for the year. But with the new members, we send something specifically back to them saying, hey, what did you find? What did you learn? Did you get something out of the material? Did you go through the roadmap? Was any of that good for you? And that helped us understand if they got the information, because we, of course, their sponsors and their mentor was working with them, but did they really get anything out of the process? So having that survey was really helpful.
Excellent. Survey. You know, one of the
Good
best
idea.
ways to learn about what your club members like, what your club members don't like, is to ask them, right? And you can do it anonymously through a survey. And oh, by the way, DAC-DB does have a survey product available that you can download and use and take advantage of. All right, one more idea. One more. All right, Ramona.
So prompted when she commented the survey. So we actually, at the end of our calendar year, send out a survey of, and it's the committees as well as some of the administrative things, and asking are you interested in any of these committees, something you want to join? Because again, we all get busy and you think about joining, but then you kind of get sidetracked. So that survey idea, I just want to say we also do that, but we use it specifically for engagement. Active.
Excellent. All right, now we're on to number 4, retaining members. Very important.
While we still
The
have
sky,
power.
the sky is telling us. How are we going to improve our club experience so members want to remain in Rotary? What are the tactics that you're going to use to do that? And who is going to be specifically responsible and accountable to get this done? So we'll take about 2 minutes to write that down. 2 minutes. And while you're writing that down, let me just mention that your district membership chair, Carol, has a final exam that you all are going to have to take before you leave the room today, so that you can pass being officiated at being able to do membership in your clubs. I'm just kidding. If you fail,
Not really.
you have to go to Lions. Terry, I think we've got one right here. Straight ahead. Area 1, Anderson.
So what our club tries to do to keep members, to keep them, to retain them and engage them, is we talk about the 4 F's: fun, food, fellowship, and fruits of our spirit, or fruits of service. And so we talk about that all the time. And if you're coming and you're not having fun, you don't have good food at lunch, you don't have fellowship or networking, and you don't have service, then you've missed out on a lot of the key components. So that's what we try to do.
The 4 F's. Excellent. Any other ideas? We won't go there, Frank. All right. We're not going to ask for any more volunteers on this for right now, but here's the key to all of this. This document is only going to be as good for you as you take back and intentionally implement it. And we spent a lot of time here today going over membership ideas and tactics. So please take this document back and actually use it. Don't put it on a bookshelf, or take this book and put it on a bookshelf and forget all about it. Really, really critical. This is the last session that I'm doing with you today, and I really do appreciate you all being with me and asking me to come down. You've been the best audience I've had today, so thank you.
No, all of you will remember Chris Jones. Thanks so much, Chris. Appreciate you coming down. Okay. We're going to move on to something else. And the origin of this segment was actually a prior membership summit. And you do have some evaluations on your table, which we'll ask you to fill out before you leave. I call your attention to those. But on one of those evaluations, once upon a time, 3 or 4 years back, somebody wrote down the bottom, worst things that you wish had been covered. How do I take this back to my club? How do I take this back to my club? And here's why that's a challenge. I've traveled this district, and now I've traveled other districts all the way between here and Maryland. And I found out that there are 2 things that Rotarians don't like. One of them is the way things are. I don't like the president. I don't like the meals. I don't like the meeting place. I don't like the speakers. You've heard all that, right? But there's one thing that really, really rocks them to the core, really grinds them, and that's when anything changes. So our challenge here is we're working against just the basis of humanity. Now, you get good ideas from places like this, from assemblies, from foundation events and so forth. But the question is, how am I going to take this back to my club? Here's what happens. You take this back to your board. You're all fired up. Go to the next board meeting and you drop it out on the table and say, here's what you think, here's what I think we ought to do. What happens then? You just get shredded. There's basically multiple people at the table that will have a whole lot of good reasons why they don't want to do that. So the situation is this. Everybody is happy with the status quo. That's the way humans are. Humans are designed to resist change. Everybody likes things the way they always were. Nobody sees a problem. Everybody's okay with dropping a couple members a year. You know, well, they weren't really doing that much anyway. Of course, we didn't replace them with somebody that perhaps could, but you find yourself thinking, I'm all by myself. Nobody else gets this. I understand now that our club needs consistent, moderate membership growth, but nobody else gets it. So what then? Well, they'll be pushing back. They'll be defending the status quo. They'll be making excuses for whatever it is that has happened that you believe needs to be changed. So what I'm asking you to do is first decide if you are willing to be a change agent. I hope that's the case. And that you recognize if we keep doing the same things we're doing, the way we're doing them, and we're not getting the results we want, we keep doing that, maybe even doing it harder, we'll get more of the same. So I want to spend some time with you today talking about how to change a culture. How to change a culture. And we're going to use membership growth as an example. Now, you can use this process that I'm about to explain here with anything. You can use it in your family. You can use it in your business. You can use it in your Rotary Club. It doesn't have to apply to Rotary membership. If your club, for example, has never really supported the Rotary Foundation, and you're trying to change that culture, you could apply these same lessons. But for the purpose of today's conversation, we're going to use membership as our, shall we say, example framework for what we're about to cover. So the problem is this: you can't change culture directly. It's an intangible. You can't just grab a hold of it, wrench it around from one side to the other. You have to first change your strategies. You have to move from things that weren't working to things that are likely to work. Then you have to change some behaviors. You have to get your members and your group or your organization or your company, whatever, you get to people behaving differently in alignment with those new and different strategies. And then finally, you need to reinforce that. You reinforce that, you celebrate that, you find some short-term wins in the front end of that process, and at that point, culture will follow. It's just like changing a habit in your life. You have to do the new habit. Just force yourself to do the new habit for a period of time, and it will become a habit. Culture is very much the same way. Now, I didn't think this stuff up myself. All of this is extracted from a book by a guy named John Kotter. He's a Harvard Business School professor and arguably the world's best authority on culture change in organizations. Now, he gets hired by large companies for huge sums of money to do exactly what we're talking about here because they realize they can't get it done by themselves. So if you'll turn to page 19, what you'll find there is another recipe. This is a recipe for club culture change. Cotter identifies several different failure modes, several different ways that organizations fail at attempted culture change, and then provides a prescription for each. And the first failure mode is low performance expectations. Low performance expectations, being okay with, well, we're down another couple of members, rather than set a bar for consistent moderate membership growth. Set a bar for how many new members we intend to bring in to not only cover our growth plans, but also cover our likely attrition. Now, his prescription for that is just reset the bar, redefine what good is, really just re-explain what the expectations are, re-explain what it ought to look like. And he says, actually, if you can't get through any other way, maybe you have to create a crisis. Now, I've looked at your membership statistics. For over half of you, you don't have to create a crisis. You already have one. The problem is your members don't understand it. So we need to reset the bar. So what I'd like you to do on the top of page 20, this is a workshop workbook session. Each of you individually, now you can decide this together later as a club, but this is a heads down kind of individual exercise. Write down, with respect to membership, because that's what we're using as our example here. With respect to membership, what would good look like in your club? What does good look like? Just a statement of intent, a statement of expectations. It needs to have metrics attached to it. We're not worried about why. We're not worried about what the problem is. We're not worried about the history or what's been getting in the way. We're simply asking, what does good look like? I'll give you a minute or two to cogitate on that. What would good look like with respect to membership in our Rotary Club? If you're a president or a president-elect, perhaps your intent is to leave the campground in better shape than when you found it. What would better shape look like? Okay. If you're not finished yet, continue. Who's willing to share a statement of what good would look like for their club?
Simply increase membership by 10% each year.
10% each year. From a base of right about 20, right? Okay. 10% each year. 2 members a year growth, nothing flashy, but that'll work. That'll get you to 30 members over 5 years. Jim?
Gaffney, about net gain of 4 members, but also we were just talking attendance, still about 50 of those 70. We need about 50 people coming instead of like 30 that are coming now out of our 66. So we watch that closely and try to monitor that.
It is your number one key indicator of who it is that's about to leave. People stop coming, they stop paying. It's a good one, Jim. Net gain of 4. Everybody can understand what that looks like, right? Who else got a statement of what good would look like? Chris?
I think for our club, it has certainly the numbers apply as we've repeated today, but we have, in my opinion, an acute age issue.
Mm-hmm.
And part of that is not simply the elderly members possibly aging out or retiring or, God forbid, dying, as some of them have. But when we're doing a project, we're working on something right now, we really need business engagement. We need sponsors, and we have too few members that are still in the working world. that can be those points of contact for us.
So how would
So
you
it's function.
redefine what good looks like?
Yeah, younger membership
Younger
demographic.
membership. Okay. Anybody else, what good look like?
Add to that, we've got a pretty good spread here in Gaffney of old guys like me and whatever, and younger. It's just the older ones show up. I don't know what it is, but you know, and your club looks old. But
So that is a question then of engagement of that younger audience, right? What is it that they're staying home from or on account of? Courtney?
Courtney Phillips, Spartan West. We've got a good bit younger club. I guess our average age is right around 50 years old now. So we have the same problem. Younger members don't really show up every week, but every time we have a service project, they come out in droves and they do the work. So the more projects we got, the more we get them out there.
This model Chris talked about, which is service project instead of a meeting, is starting to gain traction. A whole lot of these satellite clubs that have started up, they first of all start and not at noon. I've not heard of a satellite club starting at noon, but rather after hours. And the other magic about that is you want to meet someplace where perhaps food and beverage is available. Chris mentioned a brewery. But if there's not a meal involved, you take 2/3 of the sticker price off the table. Really makes Rotary affordable. We're talking about all in $250, $300 a year. Okay. The next thing we need to do is figure out where we are. That's the assessment phase. And I prompt you to use the club health check. You do have a flyer on that with a tiny URL. That's about 16 pages. It's a PDF, and it is essentially a checklist for a healthy Rotary Club, just like having a lab test. So those are some areas that you can fall back into in terms of deciding where are we and what's getting in the way. Let's move on then to number 3. This is a huge takeaway. This could be life-changing if this is something that you don't do naturally, and a lot of people don't. And that is create a coalition. Cotter's statement is that most people do not get the backing of a core group behind them before they toss a new idea out on the table, and it just falls flat. So the idea of creating a coalition, that's where you line up 3, 4, 5 thought leaders in the club. People that have an opinion, people that their opinion matters, other people respect them, and people that you expect will be on the same page you are. Line up that coalition of thought leaders in your club, get them on your side before you start. And this will change your life. If you've had the experience of putting a good idea on the table, either at a company meeting or a Rotary board meeting, and just having to get chewed up by usually the person right across the table in my experience. I don't know why that is, but this will seriously change things. Now, I would mention that this is standard operating procedure in Japan. You don't have to explain this in Japan. In Japan, all the decisions in most companies are made after hours, one-on-one with other people. So a Japanese executive who wants to do something different will have a sake after work with 3, 4, 5 people who have a stake in it and have a vote. And by the time it gets to the board meeting, it's all been decided. Board meetings are simply a matter of documentation and pageantry. All the work has been figured out. All the decisions have already been made. So what I'd like you to do in that section 3, I'm not going to ask you to report these, but write down the names. Write down the names of, let's say, 4 or 5 of your members that you think you can get on the same page with you with respect to creating a consistent, moderate growth strategy and culture within your club. Who would those folks be? Who would those folks be? I'm not going to ask you to report on them. Everybody got 3, 4, 5 names in there? So the other key takeaway from today that will change your life. This will change your life in business. This will change your life in your Rotary Club. And that is, Cotter says that most people underestimate the value of a vision. Most people underestimate the value of a vision, or, everybody with me here? Or the vacuum that's created in the lack of one. People want to believe in something. People want to get behind something. People want to follow, but somebody's got to lead, and you lead with a vision. Now, good example is elections, and not just the United States, but anywhere in the world that has elections. The elections are all about vision. And by and large, may be undeliverable, but it's all about, if you vote for me, here's what I will do for you. That's basically about vision. So let's talk about vision because it's really important. Here are some milestones of an effective vision. One of them is that it's kind of a word picture. It's imaginable. You can actually describe. For example, if we were having our Rotary meeting here, a vision would include putting a reserve sign back at this table over here, and everybody else comes in, get the meeting started, ring the bell. It's already been decided by the board that we're going to get serious about growing membership. The president stands up and says, I visualize by the end of this year, this table being filled up with Rotarians. Something that people can grasp, something that people can see. Something that's desirable, something that is in the best interests of the stakeholders. And in the case of Rotary, I mean, it's absolutely desirable because if you buy my idea that the value proposition in Rotary is the membership, the value proposition for you in Rotary is the network. Rotary's been hugely valuable to me. I would know maybe at the outside 5 of you at the outside if it wasn't for Greenville Rotary. It's been my single point attraction in 4 different moves in my corporate life. Something that is flexible, it's got a little bit of room for movement in it. Something that's just really focused, and again, focusing on a clear-cut definition of what does good look like, and then is communicable. Now, when I'm not doing this or playing with the grandkids, I have this little part-time business coaching practice. And every now and then, a client will ask me to help them with an incentive compensation plan. Anybody ever been on one of those? You do this, I'll pay you that, right? So when we get started in that conversation, I say, well, first thing we got to do, got to make sure we adhere to the 1 martini rule. They always look at me like, what? Yeah, if the plan is got to be simple enough so that the employee can explain it to the spouse over no more than 1 martini. Same thing with respect to a vision. It's got to be simple and communicable. So here's an example. Here's an example of a vision. Our goal is to reduce our mean time to repair parameters so they're perceptually lower than all major competitors inside the United States and out. In a similar vein, we have targeted new product development cycle times, order process times, and other customer relevant processes for change. You can just imagine going out on the shop floor and that rolling off the tongue of a guy in front of a punch press. Okay? What about something like this? We're going to become faster than anyone in our industry at satisfying customer needs. There you go. That'll work. I work for a publicly traded Fortune 1000 company, and the tagline and the vision were exactly the same. Excellence in customer satisfaction. 4 words. It was on all the literatures, on all the collateral. Excellence in customer satisfaction. Who remembers what the vision and the strategy is at Walmart? What does Walmart call themselves? The low price leader. The low price leader. Everything a company does is measured against, does that contribute to us being the low price leader? Does that contribute to excellence in customer satisfaction? Does that contribute to faster than anyone in our industry at satisfying customer needs? Here's the vision statement of all time, in my opinion. John Kennedy made this statement before a joint session of Congress. I believe the nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing on man on the moon and returning him safely to Earth. One sentence described a multi-billion-dollar man's centuries of engineering and contracting to get this done. Described in one sentence. And you know, it's something that people could visualize. Landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to Earth. He could have said something like this: our mission is to become the international leader in the space industry through maximum team-centered innovation and strategically targeted aerospace initiatives. Probably wouldn't have got the money. You get the idea. Let's talk about a vision for a Rotary Club. Here's one possibility. Our Rotary Club will continue its legacy of community service, utilizing our influential membership to assist agencies in our community to achieve their missions. I don't know. We're going to have a big fundraiser and then we're going to write a check to somebody else. And it's too long. What would you think about? Our Rotary Club will be the growing, effective, vibrant force in our community, making it a better place to live. Your club will buy that. Your club will buy that. Let's look at Rotary's new vision. Together, we see a world where people unite and take action to create lasting change across the globe in our communities and in ourselves. Now, I'm going to ask you to put together a vision of your Rotary Club, mostly with respect to membership, but there could be another component to that. And here's a hint. A vision is always easy to write when you start with I see. This vision is not unusual. Together, we see a world. So what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to, again, heads down in that section. And there are some answers in the back of the book. On the last page of this segment, there are some club vision examples. You don't have to use those, but you're welcome to pilfer them if you like. So what does your club look like? What does your club look like at the end of the day? Will's ready to go for the martinis. Okay, how would we describe a Rotary Club more desirable, more vibrant, more interesting to not only our members, but our community? What does that vision look like? Okay, who's got a vision statement you'd be willing to share right over here?
I just wrote down, I see our club to be the #1 to-go point for community service in Lake Wylie.
#1 go-to point. Frank in the back.
We have one and we might have to produce a little bit few lines.
Hold up close.
Is a Rotary Club of engaged, enthusiastic, service-driven Rotarian with a spirit of fun, fellowship, working together to seek opportunities locally and globally and grow membership.
Right off the brochure. Right off the brochure. Great vision. Great example of how you place a vision statement. The low price leader, excellence in customer satisfaction. It's in all the collateral. Someone else, vision statement, Norman.
Imitation is the highest form of flattery. So we just simply took the Rotary vision and modified it to fit our club. So it says, together we see a community where our members unite with others to take action to create positive change in our city, our community, and our world.
Beautifully lifted. Beautifully done. Totally in bounds. You get good ideas from other people's vision statements. So you've heard a few of those. You can kind of adjust yours accordingly. Those are all really excellent vision statements. Now, next step is, how are we going to explain this? We need to build a script. We need to be able to explain this to the broader audience. We're going to start with the coalition. We're going to explain it to them. We're going to get their buy-in. We're going to slide it by the board. That's going to be just, an up-down vote because half the people at the table already agree with you. Then we're going to present it to the club. Here's where we're going as a club. We are going to get back in the business of being a Rotary Club. We're going to get back in the business of attracting members, and we're going to get bigger. Of course, you got to explain why that is. So here's an idea. Here's the acronym. SPIN, S-P-I-N. I didn't invent this either. S stands for situation. This is on page 21. Situation is just explaining the current facts. Here are the way things are. The second is the problem. Now, just explaining facts to an individual doesn't necessarily mean they get it. Doesn't necessarily mean they understand why those facts are problematic. So do them a favor. Connect the dots really close together. Explain the problem. The problem with that is a good way to start that. What's the I? I is the implication. I is the implication. Here's what happens if we don't. This is the downside, shall we say. And then finally in, the need. So here's what we need to do. Okay? Really simple structure. And folks, I wouldn't ask any audience to do anything I wouldn't do. I can tell you that whenever I go into any conversation or any writing exercise, I'm trying to persuade somebody in writing, I actually changed a vote in the Rotary International Board using this process. I started, take a blank sheet of paper, I write S, T, I, and N down the left margin, and then just start filling in the script. Usually, it's 2 or 3 bullet points. If it's a conversation with somebody, it's going to be 2 or 3 bullet points in each of those categories. Really easy to do. Doesn't require a form, just a blank sheet of paper, S-P-I-N. So here's a SPIN example with respect to membership in a Rotary Club. Situation is this. Our club's been on a steady downward membership trend, losing an average of 2 members per year for the past 5 years. Several of you in the room could simply lift that, use it as is. Others might need to adjust the 2, but it's not going to be far off of that. The problem with that is our members, the club's learned to accept membership decline as a natural occurrence and has forgotten that growth, not attrition, is the goal. That's that low performance expectations. We're raising the bar here. The implication, if we stay on this track, we're going to find ourselves with steadily smaller meetings and potential members asking, is this really a group I want to be part of? You can let your club get small enough that you almost lose the critical mass to attract new members, which is really tough to get out from under. It can be fixed. It's been done. But it takes a lot more energy than to take a club that's been in a slow decline and put it back on a growth track before it gets critical. Once we lose the ability to attract members, it's only a matter of time until we all age out together and the club goes out of business. All we have to do then is decide who's going to stay behind and turn the lights out. So what we need to do, is we need to help the members understand that growing the club is essential to our survival. Remember that create a crisis part? Growing the club is essential to our survival. We need to help them understand that attracting more members is in everyone's best interest, including, of course, the new members, but most importantly, the existing members. Wouldn't your club be a better business and personal network if you had more people in it? It's unarguable. And finally, we need to provide a compelling vision of a growing, vibrant club and inspire them, the members, to make it that way. Good example of a spin script with respect to membership for a club that needs a turnaround. So what I'd like you to do on page 21 is start crafting your spin script for your club. Pretty much with respect to membership, let's put that bound around it. Okay, explain the current facts. You've got some of that data in front of you. You've got some metrics in your binder. Explain the current facts. Here's where we are, folks. And here's the deal. We can all have different opinions, but we really can't have different facts. So you want to go to the street with some things that are irrefutable, things that, if asked, you could back up with documentation. So explain the current facts. And let's just do the situation part, then let's hear some of those. So just knock out the situation section, your statement of the current facts that presumably need to be changed, need to be remedied. The current facts might be that we are doing well with respect to membership and we need to not lose the formula. Of course, you'd have to explain why that is as well. Situation, the current facts. Explain the current facts. Statement of the situation. You're not finished yet. Continue on. Anybody have a situation they're willing to share? Statement of the current facts. Who's got one of those ready to go? Anybody? Will.
We've gone from a high of 31 members to just 18 in the last 5 years.
That's a wake-up call. 18 to 35 in 5 years. Somebody else. Statement of facts. Situation. Who's got one? Buddy over here? There we go.
We're doing really well in service projects, but we are also in a downward shift in membership. And if we continue on that path, we're not going to have enough people, members, to do the work that needs to be done, and which leads to burnout, more membership decline.
Okay, so that's kind of capturing a combination of the situation and then the problem. The problem is we can't do the mission if we don't have the manpower, right? Who else? Statement of fact over here.
In recent years, our club has gained membership, but over the last couple of years, we've become stagnant and not had much growth.
Okay, our club knows how to grow membership. We just forgot to do it, right? Our membership has flattened. We're not on that consistent, moderate membership growth track.
So a growing club with opportunities for a satellite club, a more diverse demographic, and a signature fundraiser.
Okay, good vision statement. What's the situation you're trying to address?
We still have other opportunities.
We have unexplored growth opportunities. Okay? Great. All right. Let's talk about the problem then. You may be there already. Sometimes it's real easy to just merge right into the problem from the situation, but it frankly works a little better if you do it in pieces like this. Just take a second and take your situation statement and then explain the problem. And this is really important because not everybody gets it. Not everybody connects the dots the same way you do because they don't know what you know. Okay, let's see what Eric has.
The situation is that the number is stagnant, has remained the same for several years. And then meanwhile, the age of members has increased. And the problem is that we have members who have worked, who have experience, but who are older and who do not have the energy to be active. And on the other hand, we lack younger people who could be active, but are not well informed about what they should be doing.
Okay. Situation and problem. Eric is a member of a club that rode right through, just like the club on the board there. Eric's club rode right through the worst recession that we've had. Their membership is varied plus or minus 2 or 3 off of a midpoint of 95. I asked him the other day if it was somewhere in the bylaws that said the Clemson Club should be 95 members. And actually somebody went pawing for the bylaws to see if that was the case. What would that club look like at 120? You know, 5-member growth a year. Wow. Big deal. Yep. 0809. The Clemson Club was Club of the Year the first time Carol was district governor in 2008, 2009. And we gave her another shot at it 10 years later. Okay. Who else has got a problem statement they can share with us? Situation and problem. One more. Larry Lee.
Well, this statement follows on the situation, which is a negative growth rate. So I cut right to the chase and said the problem with that is our club will gradually become dysfunctional and cease to exist.
Combination of problem and implication, right? That's what'll happen if we don't do something about this. Okay? So then, Larry, do you have a need that goes behind that? Have you authored that already, the need? Sure.
Shall I stand? Yeah, the need, I'm at with the Rotary Club of Pleasantburg, and obviously our need is to grow. And growth has several facets. We need to begin at the grassroots within the club to encourage, to generate a little bit of excitement with what comes with growth. So that's one of the basic fundamental problems, I think, that exists in our club. I think it might be shared with a few others.
They just don't see it.
Yeah,
perhaps the broad membership just doesn't see that.
True.
It's absolutely.
But then, you know, we really need to be somewhat strategic, I think, in our growth. Growth in general is good, and we want folks who are the potential Rotarians out there, Rotarians who don't know it. We love getting new members, but quite honestly, if you look at me, I'm not a spring chicken, and I really represent the greater percentage of the membership of our club. And we really need to attract some younger members. And that's one of our needs wrapped up in, the other package I just mentioned.
Thank you.
And I'll just throw this out right now, Terry, if you don't mind, that we are very interested in trying to start I like the term companion club that Chris used, or a satellite club. And we see that as not only a great way to expand Rotary in our part of the upstate, but also it would add to our club. It's a means for growth.
Exactly. Thank you, Larry.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else got the whole package? Situation, problem, implication, need. Are you willing to share that with us? Going once.
I'm Nancy from Greater Anderson. Now, this is my take on it only, but our membership has fluctuated with our leadership styles and strengths. The problem is leaders who are not trained aren't intentional about membership growth. If we keep doing what we're doing, we'll lose members. What we need to do is make sure our leaders participate in RLI and PETS and attend international conferences.
Okay. All right, so you get how this works. Eric, sure.
Well, for the whole SPIN, basically there is the number is stagnant, and people are getting older, and as a result, the implication is that there are fewer people who are able to be active in the club because of a lack of experience, and the need is definitely to find new, younger people and to get them involved in Rotary activity.
Thank you. Get them involved, get them engaged. Okay, let's move on to number 6. Oh, I wanted to mention something about that spin thing. If you're writing, if you're using email, for example, now I'll grant you that it is very difficult to persuade anyone using email. You can send people information and facts by email, but you're rarely going to get a change in behavior through an email. But if you write an email using spin script, SPIN, when you get all done, grab the N part, the need, and put it up at the top of the email. If you're writing email, tell people first what you want them to do, then fill in the blanks from there. If you put what you need at the bottom, never get to it. Half your members are trying to read this on the phone, and some of them are trying to read it on a phone while they're moving. They'll never get to the last paragraph. Okay, just an aside there. So I've been around organizations for 50 years now, all kinds, most of them corporate and small businesses. And what I've learned is I can only cite 3 reasons for an organizational failure. When an organization's failing, there's only 3 possibilities. They don't get it, or they don't care, or they don't know how. You can pretty well sum everything else up into that. And this spin script is part of they don't get it. Now, you may have people that don't care, but chances are somebody that's paying money to be part of an organization that does community service is probably got some skin in the game, but they don't know how. That's huge. And here's the thing, folks, adults will not tell you they don't know how to do something. Adults will go to any length to hide from you the fact that they don't know how to do something. I don't know why that is. Children will say, I don't know how to do this. Not adults. So it's about teaching your members how to do what you want them to do. I've learned a lot about this watching my grandkids. When they're real little, I watched them at T-ball games. And you remember that first T-ball practice of either your children or your grandchildren? The coaches don't assume that they know how to swing a bat and hit a ball, because unless they had older siblings or a parent spending a lot of time with them in the yard, that probably hasn't happened. So they don't assume that. They spend the entire first practice figuring out how to hit the ball off the tee. That's all they do. Then at the second practice, they don't assume that they know they're supposed to run after they hit the ball, or where, or that there are bases. They don't assume any of that. Then I watched one of my older grandsons is now in Atlanta, unique opportunity. He is taking pitching lessons from a retired major league pitcher. If I knew more about baseball, I could tell you who that is, but I don't. But this guy was absolutely amazing. He showed Owen exactly where and how to stand, exactly what the position of both hands needed to be, exactly how and how far to rock back, exactly how to step forward. And then he said something interesting. So Owen throws 3 or 4 pitches, and a couple of them are okay. There's a guy catching, and a couple of them are way out. One of those way out ones, he said, "Owen, I can tell you where the ball's going to go before you throw it." Folks, that's pretty much true in my experience. If you know enough about how something works, you can pretty much tell a student of whatever that is what the outcome is going to be if they perform in a given way. So this is what this teaching thing is all about. You have to not assume that, keep in mind, they don't get it, they don't care, they don't know how, and you know which it is, so you got to run the table. Your spin script is part of they don't get it and they don't care, but then this teaching part comes in. Once you've established, here's what we're going to do, then you need to teach your members how to do it. So take a second in that section 6 on page 21. Jot down some things that you think you might have to teach your members. Maybe you need to teach them just a Rotary elevator speech. When somebody says, "So what's Rotary anyway?" How do you answer that question? I learned something about that from a Rotarian, and I'd made the point more than one time that Rotary's been my single best business, family, and personal network for 45 years. And he said, "Why don't you just lead with that?" I said, "Well, that's a good idea. That's a good idea." So my elevator speech today is just that. Somebody asked me what Rotary is. I say, Rotary is a membership organization. And for me, for the last 45 years, it's been my best business, family, and personal network. And I've learned that I can do things in Greenville and in the world on a scale I could never do on my own. So there's a service piece of that. Then there's the what's in it for me piece. It works so much better if you talk about the what's in it for me part first. Now that's a really easy script to teach a potential, a Rotarian who doesn't know how to open a conversation about Rotary with a potential member. And I guarantee you, way more than half of your members are not making that ask because they don't know what to say. They just don't know what to say. You could help with that. So what were some of those teaching opportunities? Some of your ideas in terms of what you need to teach your members? Carol.
I am convinced that so many of our members won't engage prospects to come to their club meeting or to come to a service project because they are afraid of what that person will ask them about Rotary that they don't think they can answer. And if we can ensure that our members know more about Rotary, I think they will be more apt to engage people in a conversation around Rotary.
So Rotary awareness. Now, that's what makes Discover Rotary work so well, because that ask is really simple. I'm not asking you for a new member proposal form all filled out. I'm not asking you to tell the Rotary story. We'll tell that for you. I'm just asking you to bring somebody to the table who you think would be a good Rotarian. We'll tell the story for you. That's a whole lot simpler ask than bring me a new member.
So what I do is I just treat it as a conversation. And usually it's, I'll weave Rotary into my story of the whys or the things that have worked well for me in Greenville. And the last 3 members that have come just through a conversation. Because I told you earlier, right? I just still learning a lot myself. And it's that's what attracts them. And then you're right, you'll fill in the blanks, right? And I'm okay with saying, I don't know, but hey, come along, because I can introduce you to people who can fill in the rest. But to me, it's treated as a conversation. So you don't lock yourself into, I have to have the perfect script.
Yep.
Right? Just speak from your heart.
Exactly. Okay. Communicate, communicate, communicate. Whatever you think it's going to take to move this culture in your club in terms of communication intensity and frequency, amp that up by a factor of about 10 and you'll be close. There is so much noise out there. There's so much competition for people's time and attention. You have to, as was mentioned earlier, you have to talk about membership at every meeting. You have to write about membership in every communication to every member. You have to call members up on the phone and ask them, would they bring somebody to an upcoming Discover Rotary meeting? You have to, it just has to be, it has to permeate your club before people get it. It takes adults 5, 6, 8 times of hearing the same thing before it sinks in. So communication through all the channels, but most importantly, two-way conversation. Just leaving a voicemail, other than I'll call you tomorrow to talk about this, leaving a voicemail is not going to persuade anybody to actually do anything. Sending somebody an email is not going to persuade them to actually do something. That's when you get into two-way conversation, either before or after the meeting. I called 3 years ago. My club ended up the year net positive. And part of that was because I called up 80 of our members that I happen to know on the phone and asked them to bring me prospects to Discover Rotary. Now, not all 80 of them did, but a whole bunch of them did. And we had 6, 8 prospects at each of our monthly meetings. So your communication plan on page 21, what do you think it's going to take in terms of your communication strategy overall? Then we'll move on to something that's maybe a little bit negative, but the fact is, anybody ever been in a like a toxic work environment or had a toxic employee, toxic work? Okay. Well, folks, there are toxic Rotarians. You might know some of them. And what we got to keep in mind is that our responsibility as club leaders, is to the enterprise. Our responsibility as club leaders is to the club. And if you've got a toxic Rotarian, somebody that's part of the problem, that you can't steer them back in the road, maybe they'd be happier as a member of somebody else's club, or perhaps Lions. I mean, there's other options. But you can have a conversation with somebody about, I need something different from you. You can have that conversation politely, and you could ask them at least, stand down. I'm asking you, you elected me to run this thing, or the president identified me as a membership chair, and I'm trying to do a job here, and what you're doing is getting in my way. Would you stop doing it? You can have that conversation with somebody. It needs to be in person, of course. And then finally, set up some short-term wins. This is another of the takeaways from this set of Kotter principles, and that is that as you design this culture change strategy, think at the outset of how I'm going to set up some short-term wins. I would probably, if I were trying to change culture and change mindset in my club and was going to embark on some of these strategies we talked about, I'd probably have 1 or 2 potential new members kind of in my pocket ready to join, so that you could go through the process. Then miraculously, 2 or 3 meetings later, somebody joins the club. Not a bad idea. Okay. Short-term wins were a big part of the space program. As you recall, our first manned space flight was not an orbit around the Earth. It was basically just a suborbital flight, like these recent billionaires have taken on their own dime, about the same price. And then we just incrementally move forward. Then, of course, had a huge setback in the Apollo fire. Had to back up, regroup, restart, but they'd allowed enough time. See, Kennedy knew that could be done. NASA already existed in the form of the Jet Propulsion Lab. He knew he had engineers. He knew he had scientists. He knew he had military contractors. They were all there. They were ready to go. In fact, frankly, the physics of putting somebody into orbit and then sending them off to the moon, the physics are not that hard. Just a heck of a huge engineering and contracting process to get it done. So, and all those technologies that had to happen along the way. So that was the essence of that vision. And it was basically put together the same way. The way things used to be done in the Senate and House of Representatives is this stuff was sold back in the chambers, in the committees, all figured out before it came to the floor. So our long-term goal, keep in mind, is a growth culture. We're not running drives, we're not running campaigns, we're trying to build a culture of growth so that our Rotary Club just naturally assumes that next year we're going to be larger than the past year. Club I showed you on the board, grown from 118 to 180 members, culture of growth. They simply take it as an article of faith that our club is going to get larger each year. So here are the takeaways. You have to reset the bar. You have to figure out what's wrong, create a coalition that supports you, create a vision, and then take that to the large audience using spin script, teaching people the behaviors you want because they don't necessarily know how and they won't tell you they don't know. Communicate, 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 step up whatever you thought it was going to take by a factor of 5 to 10, and then deal with those in the way. You may have that happen, you may not. In some cases, that person's not there. And then keep in mind, build some short-term wins into the front end of this. That just generates momentum, it generates belief, it generates people jumping on board. So you can change lives. You can change lives of your club. You can change lives in your community. And we can change lives a lot faster if our clubs are consistently and moderately growing. Okay. Let's see, we have a 15-minute break that will end at 2:45. And then this is some entertainment that you're about to see. Got a video that will entertain you, guaranteed, of a courageous club president that put all of this together and made it happen. And that's in his own words. So 2:45.
So we saved the very best for last. So I want to just punch in a few things for you to think about as you watch this video that's coming up. One, Ron Pierce said, we got to do something radical. Screw +1. He talks about having a come to Jesus meeting. He talks about the originals and what he had to do to change from where they were to where he felt they needed to go. He changed the focus of their weekly meetings, including something called micro projects. Then he says we must be guest-centered. And then he even came up with ways to reward his Rotarians. He created something new. And he said, I sprinkled in some chaos. And that meant you never knew what he was going to do. But success came at the end of the year. Enjoy this video with Ron Pierce.
Thank you, Carol. Okay, here's what we've learned. Hope is not a strategy. Rotary is a membership organization. We should measure ourselves by our membership success, We got to treat members like customers. They vote with their wallets to come, they vote with their feet to leave. And as a membership organization, we're not looking for anything flashy. We're looking for consistent, moderate membership growth. We need to start that conversation with our members with why is that? We're not just talking about the statistics here, we're talking about what is the reason by which our club would be more effective if we had a few more members each year. We've also learned that attrition is real. You've got to attract members faster than you lose them, and it's pretty predictable how fast you'll lose them. That members don't leave Rotary. People don't just wake up in the morning and say, you know, that four-way test thing, I'm just not sure about that. That doesn't happen. They get tired of your Rotary Club is why they leave. Chris Jones, in fact, got tired of the Rotary Club he was in, left it, and went to Carabas County within the past 2 years. Success is the result of intentional strategies, things that are planned and things that are executed. We've given you some suggestions today. 4 cornerstones of getting this done: lead generation, prospect identification, then attracting members, actually presenting them with a case for why they would want to join your Rotary Club. Again, there is no more effective strategy in this list than a Rotary Information Hour, however you decide to deliver it. Then onboarding our new members and teaching them a little more about Rotary and how to engage in the club. And then membership retention is by and large the club experience. If you're doing meaningful things and making a difference in your community, people will stick with you. Then we talked about the principles of changing club culture. So here's a video case study. A guy named Ron Pierce from a Rotary Club in the Greensboro area went to more than one membership summit of some of this same material going back 3 or 4 years, and went home and said, they might be right about that. Then he said, I wonder if that stuff really works.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Ron Pierce. I am the past president for the Guilford Rotary Club. What we're going to talk about today is membership and membership growth strategies, and what we did as a club to kind of change things up in our club and to make things better and to help encourage growth. I want to give you a little background information about what we are as a club, about our size. So when you look at these numbers, you're going to notice that we're a pretty decent sized club. And we grew until about 2016. And then something started happening. And I don't know if you've ever experienced this as a club, but all of a sudden people just started disappearing. And we didn't know what was going on. So-and-so didn't show up anymore, and Susan wasn't there, and Bob wasn't there. Next thing you know, 2 or 3 people were gone. And so what had been 52, by the time I took over, was 40. Now, I had gone to Membership Summit a couple of years, and so I had seen these numbers, but the year I became president, or right before I became president, and I knew that was our number, I knew we had to do something different, because you know as well as I do that 40 people in your club is great, but if only 20% of the people show up, that's not a lot of people. And so we had to do something different, because otherwise we weren't going to be able to do fundraisers, we weren't going to be able to do projects, so we knew we had to do something to change this number.
So that was Ron's spin script. Just the way he delivered it to his club, I imagine, probably using the same slides. Situation is membership declined from 52 to 40. Problem with that is we can't do projects that we could do with 52 with 40, and certainly not with 30. Implication being that if we continue to do this, our ability to deliver will decline. And so what we need to do is get back toward 50 members. Classic spin script.
So what we're going to talk about is what we decided as a club to do to make things better for our club. Okay? So the first thing we had to do was we had to do a change of mindset with the club. Now, I know that a lot of you have heard, and it comes down from the top, that +1, just +1, you know. And what they're really saying to the presidents is, don't kill the club, just whatever you do, don't kill the club. If you can grow one additional person, that's great. Well, +1 really doesn't help a club grow. That's life support is what that is. It's hanging a bag of fluids on the patient, but that's not making the patient any better. And so if +1 is our goal, we don't really have much to strive for here. So I had to do something a little bit radical. And so this is what I told our club, screw +1. And everybody just kind of looked at me and went, okay. And I said, we're going to do something different. This is going to be our goal this year. We're going to do +10. And their eyes got this big. And they just looked at me and went, Ron, we've never had a year where we were +10. That's unheard of, especially with the fact that a normal club is going to have attrition of just people leaving or somebody passing away. They're going to lose somewhere between 10 and 15% of the club members every year. So if we were going to end up at +10 at the end of the year, that meant we were going to have somewhere between +15 to 18 new members in 1 year. So obviously we could not keep doing what we were doing for that to happen because we were at 40. So something had to change. So what did we do? What got us to this direction?
Club culture change of mindset, reset the bar, screw +1, we're going to do +10. Just completely recalibrated the club in terms of what we expect of ourselves.
Well, the first thing we had to do was this. We had to have a come to Jesus meeting. And so those numbers I showed you at the very beginning, those numbers got shown to the club as well. And it changed the whole attitude of the club because the club realized for the first time where Bob and Susan had gone and the fact that they weren't coming back. They weren't being replaced. And the next thing we knew, we were down to 40, and all of a sudden they realized if that's how fast we are jumping down, we got to change quickly. And the people who came up to us after the Come to Jesus meeting were the originals. Now, some of you like to call them the older members of the club. I call them the originals because they've been in the club for 30 plus years. They're invested in the club. They don't want to see the club disband or die. So they came up and said, Ron, what can we do? How can we get involved? Now, I'm going to tell you up front that if you're planning on growing your club, you have got to get the originals on board. There's absolutely no way you're going to grow a club with just the new members or the fresh faces. It's not going to happen. If the originals are not involved and they are not on board with what's going on, it will not happen. So for us, that was crucial. And I will tell you, that took time. I spent, during my president-elect year, I sat at their table. I asked them about the good old days. I wanted to get them involved in what I was doing before I ever took over as president. Because if they weren't on board when I became president, I was going to have a hard time getting them on board at the very beginning. So by having that Come to Jesus meeting, they saw what was going to happen and what needed to change, and they were there because they had already invested in me before I ever became president. So the next thing we had to do was talk about the problem to solve. PTS. Now I heard a speaker at an international convention in Toronto, and he talked about this, and he said, you know, a lot of people, when they're trying to figure out what's wrong with something, they try to fix the symptom and not the problem. Well, thinking about that, our declining membership was truly just a symptom. It wasn't our problem. So what was our problem? Well, our problem was we had lost our passion and purpose in being Rotarians. I mean, think about it. There are people who've got passion all the time to go play golf every weekend, okay? You're not going to get them away from the golf course. It doesn't matter what comes up. They're going to be there. They've got a passion for playing golf. Why didn't we have that same passion for being in Rotary and attending our meetings? It wasn't there. So we had to figure out how to get this back because we weren't consistently focused on helping others. We were listening to speakers or talking to in the meetings with each other. I mean, it was just kind of a social gathering. Maybe we'd write a check or something, but that, that was it. And then we'd do the big project occasionally. But we really weren't invested in what Rotary was about. We had to get back to our passion and we had to get back to our roots. So we had to change our focus. And we had to change it in the club, and we had to change it in our weekly meetings. So how do we do that?
communicate, wake-up call, reset the bar, create a crisis. He presented a crisis to his members right up front. Then he created a coalition, and he chose these originals, people that had a vested interest in the future of the club because they'd put a lot into this club over time. And then PTS, problem to solve. His assessment was the same as one of the clubs here in the room that has accomplished a turnaround in the course of the past four years or so. And that was, we lost our purpose. We lost our passion. We're just not doing what we used to do.
Well, the first step was I had to give our club more opportunities for service. Now, you're probably like our club in that you do big projects. Maybe there's some things that you do outside the club meetings. Tell everybody to show up. And again, 20% show up. Things like that for the club. But we had to do something a little bit different because I need to get all of our Rotarians back in the mindset that we are here to help the community. So we did something called micro projects. Now, a micro project happened at the meeting location. We didn't go off-site anywhere. It happened where we meet every week. And it could be done in 30 minutes or less. So we did it instead of a speaker. Okay? This was key. The weakest member of our club, the elder of the club, had to be able to participate. So whatever we did, it had to be something that they could do as well. Okay? So, what is an example of this? We did coloring books for kids at Moses Cone. Now, how did this work? I went and got coloring books and crayons and gallon-sized Ziploc bags. I had everybody get a coloring book, everybody got a pack of crayons, rip out a sheet out of the coloring book, and I want you to color it. You have not seen anything until you have seen an original 75, 80 years old sitting there coloring a coloring page, and they were laughing and having a great time doing it. Then I told them, sign it, put your name, and then put your age. And they just kind of looked at me like I had lost my mind. We put the coloring book and the crayons in the Ziploc bag. We put that picture they had just colored right in front of it, a little sticker that said this came from Rotary, sealed it up, put them in a box, and I took them over to the hospital. We distributed or let the hospital distribute them out to the kids who were sick, but the parents were the ones who really got what had happened because they saw those pictures that said Larry, age 80, had colored this, and they chuckled. And if you've ever had a sick kid and been in the hospital, you know that laughter is something that's very hard to come by. So not only did we brighten the kids' day, we brightened the parents' day as well. This was getting everybody involved in Rotary, and everybody could participate because there's some of my originals there, and they're coloring, and they're having a great time doing it. Okay? And take a look there. We had a guest come. What a great way to introduce somebody to Rotary. Look, we're doing a project for the community, and we're doing it right here while you're with us. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to do anything special. They actually got the flavor of what Rotary was about, and it was something different. It wasn't just a speaker. Now, here's another example of what we did. We had a Rotarian who was given 5,000 socks from a local hosiery mill and said, here you go. He brought them, we dumped them on the table, and we started matching. Everyone could stand around or sit at a table and just match socks for 20 minutes. When they were all matched, they were put in the bag and they were given over to the local homeless shelter to be distributed. Everyone got to participate in that. No one felt slighted, and everyone felt like that this was something that was worthwhile. This is the kind of project you can do as a micro project. Now, let me also just say real quick, where do you get micro projects from? The easiest place to do is Google, source of all knowledge. But if you will Google Vacation Bible School for Kids Community Project, okay, you will get lists that come up, Pinterest boards that just show you projects that can easily be done because, I hate to say it, but if a kid can do it, a Rotarian should be able to do it as well. So tweak it a little bit, and now you've got your project. But it'll give you all the supplies you need, and a lot of times you'll see organizations you didn't know that you could help that you could donate to and do a project for.
So this is what retaining members is all about. You've got to upgrade the club experience. You've got to make it worthwhile being part of the club. Meaningful service projects, that's what our members want. They signed up to be part of a service club. They expect meaningful service projects. as Carol pointed out, so there are probably service projects in your club that deserve being put to sleep. And that means that you could adopt something new. I challenged all the presidents and presidents-elect at Pre-Pets with invent one new club service project this year. Invent one new service project. It's been done in my club. We invented a large-scale service project a couple of years ago and absolutely brought people off the benches. It brought people that had never, ever participated in one of the other several smorgasbord of projects, and they showed up to do this, which was adoption of a low-income elementary school. Micro projects, brilliant plan. And particularly clubs that meet weekly. You got 4 to 5 opportunities a month. Those don't all have to be lunch and a speaker. They can be something different.
Giving next step we did, we had to change the focus of our meeting. We had to go guest-centered and be focused on that first-time attendee. Now, I don't know about you, but if you've ever visited another Rotary Club, even though you may have been in Rotary for years, the way a Rotary Club does their way, a lot of times it's different than your home club. And so you kind of feel a little lost. But you get the idea, you know the basic gist. Well, imagine if you're a first-time guest. Or imagine, if you've never been to a Rotary meeting before in your life, and what are these people doing? And what does this mean? And it's very confusing. So what we had to do is we had to make sure that the Rotary meetings made sense to a guest, because you want them to come back. People who feel lost are not going to return. Nobody likes feeling lost. So if you want someone to come back, they got to feel like they're part of the meeting. And so that's what we did. So let me give you an example. 4-way test. We all stand up and we face some sort of banner or sign that's got the 4-way test, and we recite the 4-way test. If you're a guest, you have no clue what that is. All you know is that there's a bunch of people and they're standing and they're praying to some 4-question test. You haven't got a clue. So this would be something I would say each week. I'd ask everybody to stand up, and I'd say, if you will turn and face the yellow banner, you're going to notice that there's a 4-question test that's listed on that banner. We call it the 4-way test. And what it is it's 4 questions that Rotarians ask themselves to make sure that what they're getting ready to do is a win-win situation for everyone involved. So this helps us to make sure that we're treating ourselves right, but also treating the other person right. And so we recite this every week so that we can keep that in our memory, and so we can actually influence the community, because it's part of who we are. Now, if you're a guest, now you get it. And so when we say the 4-way test, you're actually interested in knowing what those questions are and why those are important. And they realize that really those questions are important. They start connecting and go, you know what, this may be the kind of organization I want to participate in, because they seem to have the values up front that I have. Now you're starting to get people already thinking about Rotary, and all it is staying the 4-way test. So no one's feeling lost. Everyone's part of the meeting. Now, another thing we decided to do was conversation starters. I don't know if you've run into this. We run into this at our club. Everybody sits at the same table, and it's the same conversation every week. Every week. How's your kids? How's the wife? How's the family doing? Hey, is so-and-so back in school yet? It's always the same thing. So if you got a guest coming, they sit down at that table, they don't usually get talked to, do they? It's usually the same people talking and this acknowledging that there is somebody there, but rarely do they get conversations started. So what we did was we said, okay, enough of that. So we put a little stand on the table, and I had a white envelope that had a pre-printed question inside the envelope. And I would tell everybody, it was like starting to mean, if, I randomly pick somebody, whoever's wearing blue at the table, or whoever has the least amount of hair, you grab the envelope and you're going to start it. And the question might be something, what's the best book you've read recently? Or growing up, what was your favorite cartoon? Something like that that would start the conversation. Everybody gets to participate. It's going to be questions that the people who normally sit with each other have never asked each other. So they're going to learn new things about each other. But the guest doesn't get to feel like that, they're the stranger in the group, because nobody knows each other's answers. Everybody's on equal footing. And that's what a guest wants to feel like, that they're just as much a person in this Rotary Club as anyone else. And so that's what we're helping them to do. So every question was different. No one knew, and it was random. And the thing we avoided was this. The same people at the same table asking the same question and never involving the guest. Because if you really want to be honest with it, it's wrong and it's rude. That got changed.
Upgrade the club experience, guest-centered meetings, wrap the meeting around your guests. Meetings that are interesting, conversation starters, guest-inclusive conversation starters. These are sometimes, you probably heard these described as icebreaker questions, that sort of thing. And I used to own a membership organization, so I had a whole litany of these things. And save this one up, okay? Save this one up. But the best icebreaker question of all time is, tell us something that you did when you were a kid that your parents never found out about. Oh my. Bring the house down. And then what he's done is he's taught the members the behaviors that he wants. He's taught them how to do it. He's made it literally foolproof. Questions in the envelope, somebody moderates the table, and the rest is history.
Next thing we did was we said we're going to make it reward you for being a Rotarian. So how are you going to do that? Well, we created these little sheets of paper and had them printed that said Rotary Hearts in Action. And so every week, if you showed up, you could write your name on a sheet of paper, and whatever you did to help the community that week, whatever hours you put in, put that down. If you worked Cub Scouts, maybe you did Sunday school, or in your synagogue, you helped out some way. Maybe you went and mowed your neighbor's grass. I mean, we didn't care. It didn't have to be under the Rotary banner. But if you had that Rotary heart and you were in action, we wanted to reward you. So what we would do is we would take all of those sheets of paper and we would put them in a basket for a weekly drawing. Now, I don't know about you, but you probably have like a 50-50 drawing. We did, okay? And so when the pot gets so big and someone finally wins it, the first thing that happens as soon as they win is everybody congratulates them, and then the next thing that happens is the person comes up to them and says, so now which one of the Rotary organizations are you going to donate that pot to? And so the next thing we do is we give them a guilt trip, okay? No more guilt trips. I wanted to get rid of that. So what we did was we said, you're going to have a winner every week. We're going to randomly draw, not just when the pot gets big, and we're going to give you a gift card. And that gift card is going to be random. It's going to be from $10 to $100. It might be to Lowe's. It might be to Home Depot. It could be a gas card. Who knows what it went to. We put them in envelopes, shuffle them up, and the person whose name got pulled had no clue which card they were going for. All they knew is they were picking an envelope. And then they would open up the envelope and tell everybody what they had won. Could have been $10, could have been $100. But the main thing was that it encouraged attendance, because now members had another reason to show up. Because if you're not there, you can't put your name in the drawing. So you want to come and participate. And the other thing was that guests and first-time visitors could participate as well. You didn't have to be a Rotarian. If they did something in the community, they got to put their name in the drawing as well. And I will tell you that on a couple of occasions, we had guests who actually won the big prize of a $100 gift card. They were thrilled, and yeah, they came back.
So we created some rewards for being a Rotarian. Sometimes we forget that there has to be something in it, as Chris suggested, WIFM. What's in it for me? Favorite radio station of most people. Short-term wins. Short-term wins. Some things that people can do and get a quick result. And a winner every week. Taught them again what he was trying to do, which was create purpose and passion in the Rotary Club.
All right, now the next step was we had to get serious about recruiting members. Y'all invite somebody. Now, don't forget to invite somebody. That doesn't work. You know as well as I do that people just aren't going to do that. So how do we get people to actually want to come to Rotary? Well, we had to do this the way we were told in the membership summit, and that was do something called Discover Rotary Days. These were days that were already planned that happened once a month, and it would partner with a different Rotary Club, okay? So for us, we partnered with the Airport Rotary Club. And what we would do is we'd alternate each month where the meeting held. So one month it would be early morning, 7 a.m. because Airport Club is a morning club. And then for us, it would be 11 o'clock because we're a lunch club. For 1 hour, what we would do is talk about what is Rotary and why you may want to join. We had a PowerPoint that was provided by us. We had the same people that every time would do the same slides. It was very much practice, rehearsed, ready to go. We didn't try to recreate the wheel for this. We knew that this slideshow worked, and we knew that we could be successful by it, so we didn't change anything. And what we found out is that both clubs got so good at it that people actually started coming to these meetings because they felt like it was done professionally. Because, you know, if you feel like it's not going to be so good, you don't want people to see it. But now it was getting actually very good, and so people wanted to see it. And we had members who would learn things. Oh my gosh, I didn't know we did that in Rotary. They've been members for 10 or 15 years. But what's interesting is we'd have 6 to 10 guests usually that would show up between the two clubs coming together. And usually each club would pick up 1 to 2 members within 90 days. But there was follow-up. Phil, who was coordinating all of this, made sure that he emailed the people and said, you come back, you know, invite you to lunch. It was constant follow-up. You can't just do this once and then hope they show back up. That's not how it works. It's a plan, and we followed the plan, and the plan worked.
Intentional strategies. Get serious about attracting members. Discover Rotary. Intentional strategy number 4, highest yield strategy in the book. They did them once a month due to the size of their club. They needed to attract some members, and they needed to do it quick. So they did once a month, got between the two clubs 6 to 8 prospects. That'll get you typically 3 to 4 members, just exactly the ratios that Ron gave. And then they were regularly scheduled. If you couldn't get a prospect to come to the August meeting, you could get it to come to the September meeting or the October meeting. They're all laid out. Followed the recipe and then followed up the leads.
Now, the 5th step that we did to change our club was we had to create something new. And we knew that we had to tackle the millennials. And we knew that part of what they're built in is they don't like necessarily to have to give up time and be in meetings. So what were we going to do about that? Well, we created a new membership type called service only. And the big thing about service only, one, was the due structure. We changed it so that instead of paying $200 plus a month for food and everything, we knocked it way down and basically took the food part out of it. So all they were doing was paying what was necessary to be Rotarians and to be Paul Harris members. So $25 a month, okay? Very easy to do. So now what about attendance? Well, they weren't required to attend the meetings, but they were encouraged, because Rotary International has stripped away the membership requirement and saying that you got to be there, you know, at so many meetings, 60% of meetings, you know, and do makeups. They took that out. So it allowed us to be able to say, if you want to be a Rotarian and you want to participate in the project, come on. If you can't make a meeting, don't worry about it. But now, if you do make a meeting and you want to have a meal with us, we'll bill you for that meal, and we'll just include it in your next, you know, invoice. So it worked because they weren't excluded. Because you know as well as I do, if you're not in the meeting, you're going to miss half the info. So we made sure that they always got emails, they got newsletters, that they got involved and kept involved, you know, so that they could participate. Now, did it work? Yeah, you see it says 4 there. We actually picked up 6 new members from just including this. And what's interesting is 2 of those new members show up just about every week. Even though they're not part of the lunch, they're still there. And the other thing about this is this created a safety net, and we didn't even realize it. But when you've got Rotarians who, you know, $200 a month or $200 a quarter doesn't make sense anymore, and they probably need to drop the Rotary Club. Well, now, what if we convert you from 200 to 75 and you still stay a member? Would you stay in the Rotary Club? Yeah, I could do that. So now you've got a safety net and you don't lose the members. And we had 2 members in our club that happened to that year, and so they're still members of the club. All right. So the last...
Sorry. Service-only membership. Interesting idea. Made possible by the 2016 Council legislation. Dropped the dues from $200 a quarter, took the meals out, makes it $75 a quarter. They drip marketed them by means of an e-bulletin, and I should have mentioned that. This marketing drip thing is just as important for your members as it is for your prospects. For your members to know what's going on in the club, if for whatever reason they can't or don't come, we need to be communicating with them on a regular basis. And it hadn't been basically forced upon us at the time this video was cut, but you could easily combine this concept of a service-only membership with an e-membership, meaning that if you're streaming your meetings, these service-only members can participate in the meetings remotely, saves them half hour to 45 minutes driving each way, plus the cost and time of the meeting and the lunch, and they can still show up and participate in your projects.
All right. So the last step we did was, and this is what I call a sprinkle of chaos. We had to do some stuff different. We had to mix up the meeting, and you know what this is like, because if all you've got is speakers and all they do is show up and talk about their 501c3, oh my gosh, please get me out of the room as quick as I possibly can. I'm a Rotarian. I'm trying to help the community as well. I don't have unlimited funds. I get it. You need money. So we had to change this. So the only 501c3s that really started speaking in our club were the groups that we were already helping. They were giving us updates and letting us know what we were doing and how we were contributing. The other ones, we filtered way down. So what was some of the other things we did? We decided to have game days. Okay, the club meeting was just a game day. So we did something called the first annual Minute to Win It contest. And if you've never seen Minute to Win It, I tell you, go to YouTube and just Google Minute to Win It. But you will see games galore that you can play. It's very easy. We divided into teams in blue team versus red team, and they would randomly pick who was going to participate and go after the contest. And then they went at it, and they loved it. Let me give you an example of one of the contests they had to.
Face the cookie. The human face is composed of many muscles with two large groups that help make a smile or frown. In this challenge, the contestant must move a total of 2 cookies from their forehead to their mouth using only their facial muscles. If a cookie drops, the contestant may reset another cookie on the forehead and try again. Failure to complete this task in 60 seconds may result in elimination.
You haven't seen anything until you see an original stick an Oreo on the top of his forehead and sit there and move his mouth and trying to get it, catch it in his mouth. It's hilarious. It's great fun. But they got involved and they loved it. It wasn't the speaker. It was something different. Here's another thing we did. We had an ice cream social. We just had a quick lunch and then had ice cream out on the grounds, and then we brought cornhole bowls in, and then people played cornhole and had ice cream sundaes. 30 minutes, they had a great time. And everybody participated. So, yeah, it's a combination. You never know what the meeting was going to be. And that's what I wanted, was a little bit of mystery. And I know a lot of you have newsletters where you put each week, what's happening, who's speaking every week, or on on the calendar or on the internet. What we did was we just put question marks. You didn't know. Speakers, sure, but if it was going to do something different, it's question marks. So you had to come to the meeting to find out what was going to happen. But one of the things we did was we said to our members, we're going to make you participants in this. In other words, you either have to find the speaker or you have to come up with what we're going to do, and so that everybody participates instead of the one person trying to figure out everything for the 52 weeks. It's crazy. Everyone got involved, and so we had quite a few random kind of things to be done for our meetings.
Sprinkle of chaos, mix up the meetings, change speakers, undo the nonprofits asking for money. That's the easy thing. They come to you, and if you just say yes, they'll fill your podium that week. But that's probably not what your members are looking for. Game days. Again, you got 4 or 5 meetings a month. There's some time for the club to just have some fun together. Sandy mentioned the same thing in her club with Discover Rotary.
I know, that was a lot of info. We threw it at you really quick, and I'm hoping that you got some ideas from this. I will tell you that what we did it work? Well, remember my goal was plus 10. At the end of the year, we were at plus 11, and we had lost 0 members. So I'm telling you, it can work if you work it and do it right. But what happened did not happen overnight. It was 18 months worth of planning to make it happen, because it took time to get people on board and for things to work. So I'm going to stress to you, work it. Be slow, methodical, but go after it and set the goals high. And do your own thing. Be creative. And quite honestly, I'm hoping you'll share with the group what you do, because I'm looking for some new ideas. Thank you.
Bottom line, hope is not a strategy. And intentionality is a deliberate action that you expect to deliver a specific intended result. You saw Ron Pierce, 100% intentional guy. Does this stuff work? Yeah, buddy. Thank you.
Good gracious. Two admins. I'll reinforce what. Thanks, sir. I'll reinforce what Faith said. Turn your badges in back there. There's a couple of extra binders back there if you want to take one back to somebody that couldn't come today. So please think about that. And there's some evaluations on the table. For about 10 years, I was going to Fort Leavenworth, Kansas with a group, and we were coaching and mentoring Army leaders that were getting ready to take charge of a large organization. And we started out the program by saying feedback is a gift. Feedback is a gift. Terry and others have used these evaluations to amend and make better these programs. We want to know what's on your mind. What do you think? What can we do to make it better? So take a minute, fill out the evaluations, because truly feedback is a gift. And feedback in your clubs is a gift. So ask your members, how are you doing? And I think one of the things that I really want to say is you need to figure out accountability. You know, let me tell you my story about accountability. I went through a little self-development process in 2007, and one of the things we had to do was develop a little action plan. And the action plan was either a professional need or a personal need. So the personal need was I need to spend more time with my wife, more quality time with my wife. And I'm sure all of you have got a situation where you've needed to spend more quality time with someone. So I filled mine out. I brought it home, sat down with it, read it to her. She looked at me and said, there's no way. You're not going to do that. I said, well, I'm holding you accountable. So she looked at me and this is what she said. Every day when you come in this house, you sit down wherever I am and make me the most important thing in your life at that moment. That kind of shook me to the core. Because I'd come in, take clothes off, go do my thing, cut on ESPN, whatever. So have people hold you accountable and you hold your people accountable to let's make our clubs better. And we can do it. Now, do you think Ron Pierce hoped he was going to make his club better, or did he believe he was going to make his club better? That boy believed. He believed and he executed. So let's just do what he did. So you can't imagine how much work Terry Weaver puts in every day to help this district and this zone be better. So we got to put in the work too. And this is hard work. So let's roll up our sleeves. Let's go to work. Let's grow our clubs. And I'll tell you, we will have a wonderful year and we'll continue to grow. And let's get a sustaining culture of growth in our clubs. And I'll be tickled at the end of the year to reward every one of you. We'll have a bunch of cards. There'll be tickets to the Clemson spring game. You come over, we'll have a real nice party. And I'm just teasing. But let me tell you, my last Clemson story. How many of you have ever been to a Clemson football game at Death Valley? The fourth quarter starts, and what happens up on the video? Joey Batson comes up there. He's the strength coach, and he screams. They're showing people running and throwing, and he yells, they don't put rings on smooth hands, right? So what does that mean? You got to go to work. So guys, let's go to work. Thank y'all.